Alright, Chad, I think we're good. Hi. Wait. No, I'm stuck. Hold on. Hi! No, I'm still stuck. Damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Does the music sound alright before I climb into the chair? Does the music sound alright before I climb into the chair? Oh god. Chat again with this bullshit. Got it. Hi, chat. Good morning. Hello. I'm not sitting down yet, so it's got to sound a little funky, but hello. Welcome back to sewing. Hi, chat. Hold on. Alright, that's a little bit more normal for me. How does that sound for you all, chat? Oh no, hold on. Every cord is on top of my headset cord? I don't know how I did this. How the fuck? Okay, I think that's better. Hi, chat. Good morning. Chat, you can't hear me, right? You all are just not talking? Hello. Chat, I'm here. Hi. Hi, chat. Chat, welcome to Bat Week. Did you know that the 17th is National Bat Day? Okay. I think we're good. Hi, chat. Hello. Does this sound better? Are we good? Hello. Why is there a frog? No, we're not doing the frog game again. I felt like being a frog today. Hi, chat. Also, holy shit, it's hot. But I don't want to take off my sweatshirt. How did it get so hot? What's going on? Is it because I was moving everything? That has to be it. Hi, chat. Well, yeah, it's hot for a lot of you guys, but it was literally just snowing here yesterday again. Hi! Chat, welcome back to sewing. It's Bat Week. I thought it would be fun, since it's International Bat Day on the 17th, I thought that it would be fun if we made some bats this week, so hi! Chat, even you guys are here. Hello. Chat, you guys are here. Welcome back. We're doing our monthly sewing things. So we won't do any more sewing all of this month, but we'll do some more sewing next month. So if you didn't see the schedule, we're going to sew a regular size bat today. We're going to do a large bat, a mini bat, a fat bat, which is a different pattern, and then we're going to play a bat game. Hey! I'm excited, chat. I haven't sewn like this in a while. And also the fact that, like, my hands have been hurting. I don't know why. I think I've been playing too many games. So I'm hoping this kind of gives my hand a rest. I think it's because I keep holding shift while running. And I think my fingers have to stretch too much. There's a Batman Kamen Rider collab? Oh my god. Does everybody know it's Bat Week? Like, was I the only one that found this out a month ago? Like, is this common knowledge, chat? Also, chat, I did fix the camera, so hopefully everything should be correct. I hold right shift all the time to run. That's the problem. Use the left one? Oh god, that's even worse. That's even worse. I know, I should make it one of the buttons on my mouse, but... It's not the back strain injury. I wish it was. Oh, I think I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Nope, I can't sneeze because I can't mute. I can't mute. I wish I could. I wish there was a button on this microphone that I could just press and mute it. Holy crap. No, I don't know what the strain is from, but it's definitely in the left hand. So I don't know what it is, but hi, chat. Welcome to bats. Chat, we're making bats. I realized I don't have thread. I just climbed into the bullshit that is my chair, because if you don't remember, what I have to do is I have to run 3 different cords coming over here. So I've got the microphone cord, the camera cord, and my headset cord, and now I have an additional cord because I was loaned a laptop to try and see you guys. As you can see, I still have to use my phone because I don't know what the password is. It's also running Windows 7, and the CMOS battery inside of it is dead, so I have to manually set the time every time that it turns on. But I don't know what the password is, so I can't even use it so that I can use it for chat. We tried updating it to Windows 10, but man, this computer, it is... I think it has like 2 or 4 gigs of RAM. It's not enough. It's not enough to run Windows 10. You need minimum at least 7 to 10 gigs. I think they recommend better is 8. Chat, there is not enough RAM in that thing to run Windows 10, so we had to back it up to Windows 7. So, my roommate loaned me this computer. I can't even work it because I don't know what the hell the password is. So, chat, you guys are back on my, I'm not putting a tablet on throne. I don't need a computer all the time. We actually have 2 laptops that, his family keeps giving to him. So I was like, hey, can I just borrow one? Problem is I don't know the password. This was working. At one point, though, I had to put it outside because I had bugs in it. So, all the bugs are dead, at least. No, wrong kind of bat. So, the bugs are gone. The computer works. It got fashioned into Linux, then it got moved back into 7, because it couldn't even run Linux. Literal software bugs. They were all in the screen. I am a frog. Remember, we have our frog outfit. I felt like being a frog today. I felt like it would make sense. Does everything else look okay? Is everything else alright, chat? Even though you guys are on a tiny little mobile screen again. So if I miss anything, I'm very, very sorry. If you've never seen the mobile app... Oh boy, is it a chew? Is it a... how would you describe this? A charm. This is charming. I wish I was joking. It's this bad. So this is what we're dealing with. So hi, chat. We're gonna be making a bat. I hope you guys all had a great weekend. I hope you guys all had a good weekend. I need to go get thread. I realized I don't even have thread. Oh no, this is gonna suck, chat. I'm also hoping to do all these... Yeah, you guys get to see it on that tiny little screen. Isn't that great? Hold on, chat. Hold on. Can I sneak over here? This looks like a good thread. This looks good. Alright, so thankfully I could go that way, and I don't have to climb over anything. If I go at it from the other way, I have to climb a little bit. So hi, chat. Why is the music so loud? Is it loud for you guys? No, it's just loud for me. I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. Alright, wait, I've been given the password. Hold on. I guess there isn't a capital? Hold on. Oh my god, chat, is it gonna work? We're not doing voodoo curses. No, they're good little bats. Oh, chat, it opened. Oh, chat. Oh no, how do I get this to work? Chat, is it 10:23 a.m.? Oh my god, it is. Did the battery reset itself? Oh my god, I have to use a touch screen. Chat, I have to use a touch screen. Hi, Cap'n. Hi, Ratty. Chat, I have to use a touch screen. Oh no, this is so bad. Install Lineage OS. What the hell is that? Oh no. Can I open this? Hold on. Chat, does Twitch work? I should probably mute this. How do you mute this? Is it FN? Oh my god, chat, the things at the top doesn't work. Oh no, I don't want to open a random person stream. I don't know who this is, but I don't want you. Chat, I'm not special enough to come up. Here we go. Hold on. Chat, is it working? Is it working? Hold on. Hi, good morning, Mika. Chat, is this gonna work? Oh, it's giving me fucking ads because I'm not signed in. I just want to open the chat. Oh my god, why is it in light mode? Hold on, I'm taking off my gloves. Why is it in light mode? Chat, I legitimately can't even open the chat on here. Alright, well. Hold on. Can I open chat settings? Can I pop out the chat? Oh, wait. The hell is this speed dial shit? Why won't it go away? Chat, I can't close Opera. Chat, I can't close Opera. Like, I'm doing the one we have at work. How do you want to revamp it? Like, better? Oh, chat. The chat isn't even loading. Hide for yourself. Chat, somebody send something. I know Chatbat's here. So... Chat, I have popped out the chat. Really aggressive feed legs? Holy shit. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, chat, I might be able to use this. Oh, chat, I might be able to use this. Then I might be able to make the activity feed bigger. Oh, shit. Maybe? Oh. Ooh, wait, hold on, I have an idea. Hold on, chat. Well, the feed dogs, I typically use with another foot. I have to change that out. I typically use with a what's called a walking foot. So the problem is that it has to match the exact timing of the walking foot, otherwise it's going to mess up the fabric. Because if you notice with regular feed dogs that are in the machine themselves, they will actually do it at a consistent speed. So if you change the top speed or the bottom speed, it'll actually mess up the fabric that you're putting through. If I was using a regular foot all the time, sure. Wait, Chad, I've got an idea. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. Oh, Chad, I wonder if I can put you guys over here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. This was a mistake. Oh, no. Chad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, chat. I do have the foot pedals. Some of my machines do not have a foot pedal, but this one does. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, chat. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh. Chat, I think I can see you guys on a bigger screen now. Ah! Alright. I totally didn't just almost destroy the laptop that's been loaned to me. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hey, I hope this works. No, do not say step on me, mommy. What the hell is Light Scribe? Go away. Fuck off. Alright, I think we're good. Hi, chat. This is indeed my first stream. Chat, okay, this is a mess. So, now the laptop is working. It's next to me. I could see it. Unfortunately, it's in light mode, so it looks like shit. But it works, and that's what's important. Can I change? Oh, dark mode. Oh. Oh my god, that looks so much better. Why is the kerning so small? Why is the kerning so small? Chat, it's fun. So this is the walking foot that I was talking about. So, as you can see, it's actually got little dog feet dogs. Dog feeders? Wait, what the hell? Feed dogs. It has little feed dogs of its own. So what you do with these very soft fabrics is you actually have to have this on top, and then you have the feed dogs in the machine on the bottom. And what it does is it goes at a consistent rate. Because if you don't have this, it's prone to slippage because it's such a soft, like sheer fabric. So it'll actually mess up what it is that you're doing. So it needs to go at a consistent rate. So you would have to overclock this guy as well, which let me tell you, this thing is just plastic. It's literally just gears. It's kind of garbage. I've gone through, I think, 2 or 3 of these. Would not recommend unless you absolutely need it. Chat, this is probably the most scuffed this is going to be this entire week. I promise I'm just going to keep this up. We're just going to leave this exactly as is for the entirety of the week. I'm not going to move anything. We're just going to have this keep going. Hi, chat. Let's make a bat. If you haven't seen before, we've made a couple of bats. It's not going at a consistent speed is the bane of It's true. The problem is that the consistent speed that it's doing, because if you haven't seen, my machine's actually breaking. So mine is no longer going at a consistent speed, which is why you get things such as, here, we'll move chat bat, which is why you get things such as loops in your fabric. So we're going to very carefully watch every time that I'm sewing. My machine is actually going to not grab the loop at the bottom. So it needs to be as consistent as possible. Otherwise, it's not actually connecting, and then you're just going to have huge patches where nothing is being sewn. So what that means is your arm up here actually isn't timed correctly to match down here. So you need to take it to an official shop that'll do the tuning for you. And what they do is they calculate it based on, like, the speed of the machine. So that's why it's called they time it. So it has to match exactly rhythmically to the bottom in order for it to actually work. Sewing machines are weird. Sewing machines are really god-awful. So my last machine, I actually broke the bar inside. You had to figure out the sixth time myself. I'm so sorry. I did one time break a machine so bad that it was actually hitting metal plate. So every time you'd go to sew, it would just smash into the metal plate and destroy every needle. Because it wasn't actually going correctly because I ripped... A roommate of mine was sewing something and she physically ripped the fabric out because she got it stuck. And what it did was because it was stuck, it actually pulled the rod inside. So at that point, you have to replace the entire rod. It actually brings the needle down. It's pretty great. No, they're actually watch repairers. That's why a lot of them will actually do anything that's brother, such as like the printers and stuff like that too. So there you go. There's your little bit of lore. But chat, if you haven't seen before, we're gonna make some bats. I don't really care because this isn't going on YouTube, so I don't have to explain too much. So chat, ask me anything that you need to about sewing or anything like that. But this is nice. We get to just hang out and do stuff. I need to, unfortunately, not only make a bobbin, but I also have to move you guys a little closer. Hold on. Am I going the right way? Oh, there we go. Sew through leather. I have a $80 brother machine that I bought back in 2004 that sews through leather perfectly. This piece of shit can't. This piece of shit cannot. Oh boy, can it not. Oh boy, it'll start crying. So I've been talking about this other project that I've been working on. Which, chat, I'm almost done with. I still haven't found those fucking buckles. I don't know where the hell they went. So my roommate was kind enough to 3D print some for me. And they work. They actually work better. The only problem was that we had to paint them, we had to sand them, we had to do all the other accoutrement that you have to for 3D printing. Which I was hoping to avoid. So that was great. Little buckles, you know, like belt buckles and things like that. Oh, industrial sewing machines. Oh my god. My roommate used a whole bunch of them and would bring them home and would borrow them from the shop. Oh my god, it was glorious. Oh yeah, buckles. No, not knuckles, buckles, belt buckles. Belt buckles. Holy crap. No, something different. Let's see if I could shove this on here, chat. I'm sorry, you may see my face at certain points. I'm so sorry. I'm not actually a frog. I don't know what you guys... No, not X's to go on the butt. No. I know, I'm not actually a frog. I don't know what you guys are gonna do with this information. This is a terrible thing. Oh, come on. And there we go. We have swapped the foot. I just need to... Oh, come on. I wonder if I can... Aw, is that aw to the you're gonna see me or aw to I'm not actually a frog? Oh, no. Chad, I think I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm untightening it. I am. Hey, right, tight, left, loose. I can't tell my right from my left anyway, so I don't know why I even do that in my head. Hold on. Hold on. Why am I not a frog? Because I don't know how to answer that. No, Ribbit, if you weren't here 2 years ago for charity, I promised that every time there was $1 donated, I would Ribbit for a minute. There was a lot of dollars donated for me to Ribbit. I did that at the end of every sentence, and you guys could have chosen whether I was Keto Keto or Ribbit Ribbit. Alright, let's see. I pulled that down, and I didn't need to. Now I can't find my thread. Chat, I'm not ready for anything. Chat, I am the worst. I am the absolute worst. Chat, I'm horrible. I should have had all this set up like a proper streamer and shit. Nope. Nope. So you may be wondering what we're doing. Every Halloween, we do a big charity thing. And at the very end, chat, I spend Halloween hanging out with the kids outside, and they come trick-or-treating, and I pass out bats instead of candy. And unfortunately, I ran out of bats last year because people have been talking about how I give out bats. So chat, that means I need to make a lot of bats. So we're making bats this week. I've already cut out a whole bunch of them. We need a commission for 100 Kongs? No, the hell we do not. Kong is here. He's over on the, over on my filing cabinet. I'm not oh, no, I'm not stealing children. Guys, no. Guys, absolutely not. Hi, Lou. So, chat, you're gonna hear sewing machine noises. We need him in view. That's not going to be very well. Here, you get to deal with Chatbat instead in view. Chat, that's all of you. Don't you want to see yourself and not Kong? I'm not going to go get him. I have to climb over so many things. I have to climb over so many cords and wires to go get him. See? Perfect Chatbat. See? People like Chatbat. They like Chatbat more than Kong. Alright, there we go. You can't just leave! We don't want Kong right now. There we go. Alright, we got a bobbin, chat. So, you may be wondering what we're doing. We're making a blueberry bat. Chat, look, I bought blueberry fabric. Chat, it's got blueberries on it. Isn't that cool? Can you guys see it? Yeah, you can see it. Look. So we're gonna have blue outside. So this is peacock. So this is actually the same color that Chatbat has right here. So it's the same exact fabric. No, it's not Sewing Machine Simulator game. I thought it was funny, so we've taken it over because nobody uses this place. But apparently there is a Sewing Machine Simulator. I'd also like to point out, chat, that I talked about putting on the, putting chat onto the laptop. I haven't looked at the laptop once. Chat, I did all that. Haven't even used it. I'm using my phone. Yeah. We turned RTX on. Yeah, we turned on the RTX bullshit. So, chat, we're gonna make a bat today. We're gonna make one in a normal size, though. So, let's see. I need some feet. Feet. Head. Ears. So, a couple of weeks ago, I actually cut out all of this already. And I have enough for 2. So we're not going to make 2. We're only going to make the 1. Okay, so these are flipped. Okay, here's all the feet. Are you flipped? That's flipped. I need another wing. Here's a wing. Chat, Ren was asking earlier, but I did pin the pattern if you guys would ever like to make a bat yourself. Here's a head. I don't need any more feet. Here's the back. That's an ear. Okay, there's 2 heads. That's the back. What else do I need, chat? What am I missing? That. I have the belly. I think I've got it all. So, chat, let's put this guy away. As you can see, I'm already covered in blue. That didn't go anywhere. Oh, I'm really covered. So chat, welcome to Bat Station. We're gonna be making some bats. So here's all of our pattern pieces. These are already cut out. Let's see if I could put all of this here. Put all of this here. And let's see if I could put this in here. And put this in here. Hi, Critter. Critter, I'm not even using the laptop. It's so hard for me to look at. I'm gonna be honest. I also hand thread my needle because I'm lazy. The kerning on it looks horrible, and Panda Dome keeps hopping up. Because you didn't turn off the advertisements in Panda Dome. I'm gonna keep... Yeah, you could do that. Wait, you didn't know that? Oh my god, you open up Panda Dome and you go in and you turn off promotional activity. Wait, you didn't know? You've just been dealing with this for years? Chat, best antivirus, Panda Dome. Go turn off the promotional advertisements. You can turn it off. see if I can go turn it off. Oh god, chat, I have to use Windows 7. No, you open it up. Let's see if it'll open up. I don't know if it's actually gonna open up. You go up to the 3 lines. I don't want to enter my email address. Shut up. You go up here, and you go to settings. No, I don't want automatic updates. How do you work a laptop? Chat, this is why I don't want a laptop. Oh my god, this is so... Yeah, see? Show Panda News and show relevant security news. Just turn it all off. You just turn that off. Wait, you really never knew? Well, that's embarrassing. Hi, chat. So, chat, let's make the head. I think that'll be fun to do first. So, what we're gonna do is that fancy blueberry fabric is gonna be the inside of the ears. So just like we have here on Chatbat, where he's green, that's instead gonna be little blueberries. Isn't this exciting, chat? This is our nice hangout and chill time. That's what this is. Let's see how I can put these together. So this is the back, so this one needs to go here. Okay. And this one needs to go here. You may notice some of my lines. This is my stitching lines. Something with rights. Wow. Listen, the dryads have rights too. They're just different kinds of rights. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you guys have rights. You guys have the right to fight. Isn't that the only right that you guys need? You guys have the right to fight and die in battle. If you also haven't seen, this is my pincushion. He's a penguin. I've had him since I was 16. Back in 2006. He's a very well-loved little pincushion. There we go. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, the dryads are having a party. See, Raven's right. The dryads are having a party. They're very happy. Penguin. Don't call him a penguin. Although I guess if you guys send really long messages, I'll be able to see it over here on the bigger screen. So chat, we're first gonna put ear to ear. So now we're gonna have the 2 pieces. So this side's gonna be blue, this side will be the blueberries. Now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out which side is actually smaller. No, not Benedict Cumberbatch penguins. So I'm figuring out which side is smaller so that that's the side that I sew on. I think I might have to move this one. Also, I think I am gonna sneeze. Hold on. Oh. Oh, that was gross. Hold on, chat. Chat, I'll go delete the clips later. Don't clip it. Oh my god. Okay. That's better. Chat, there's so much minky and dust in my office, it's ridiculous. I recently cleaned my office, it was very nice. And then nobody came over to even see my office like they were supposed to. So I cleaned my office for nothing. I put away all my projects for nothing. Deleting clip censorship. I actually do go through on Sundays and I go and delete and download any clips that you guys make. So you may notice some clips will disappear over time, and that's because I'm clearing out and trying to keep as few as possible. Because sometimes they'll DMCA these clips like years ahead of time. Alright, I don't know if this is going to work, chat. Let's see. Alright, this might work. Please accept virtual head pats. Oh, thank you. Alright. Chat, this might work. Alright, excuse me, penguin. Alright, chat, let's get sewing. So, what I like doing is, when I draw on the pattern, I'll actually draw the line of where it is that I need to stitch, because it's going to make my life easier, because I have a lot of depth perception issues. Like, even in real life. It's not just a gimmick. I actually do. So this helps, because now I could just sew this line. You're also going to hear some squeaking. That's that top bit. I'm not stabbing my fingers. This isn't Kong. So, shut up. Alright, let's see. I don't know who else's fingers it could be. Bats don't have fingers. Bats have little toes. Let's see. How are we doing? Alright, I think I missed a little. Okay, I've got to reinforce this top bit. That was it for my awesome jokes. Alright, Shire. Did the music just die? Oh no, it just stopped. What did Saribot commonly return to the same den for every birth? Huh, okay. Huh. Thanks, Saribot. Could somebody type good bot to Saribot for me? Hold on, I've got to reinforce this top bit. I kind of missed a little bit. There we go, thank you. There we go, chat. So, it doesn't match on the other side, but that's okay, because we only need to care about one side matching when we go to sew everything together. What do you mean, bad bot? What did Saribot do? Saribot deletes known people, and went through and, recently... Did you know you could set up where it will, remove bot followers as well? Alright, so now that this is sewn together, let's go ahead and trim this down. Because we don't want any of this. This is all extra garbage. Why are you flipping? Why are you flipping, Saribot? Alright, now I'm a maniac. And chat, we're just gonna throw this on the floor. Alright, and then let's trim this down. Because this is going to make it very hard for us to actually sew this in. If I leave all of this... Damn it, get off my fingers. Alright, chat, now we should be able to flip this. Also, I'm excited because there's a whole bunch of birds outside, but they're also angry, so they keep squawking at the window because there isn't enough food in the bird feeders for them. So we have to refill the bird feeders, but they're all mad. But I saw a cardinal today. Cardinal came by and was looking for food. Chat, that means it's officially spring. Not those kinds of angry birds. They're just angry birds. Alright, and then we'll pop this out. Chat, it's a little ear! Chat, we have an ear! Hi, Mousy. We're making a blueberry bat. Look at the blueberries! So this is going to go on the inside, and what we're going to have to do is we're actually going to have to fold this over after I pop out the rest of these seams. So let's go ahead and fold this. So that's going to create the shape that we need. My favorite bat fact. Can we actually get Saribot to get bat facts? My favorite bat fact is that I got to go to Austin and I got to see the Great Migration of a shit ton of bats, because if you didn't know, in Austin, Texas, there's a pretty famous bridge over there with a fuck ton of bats, and every night around like 8 or 9 o'clock, It's just hundreds of thousands of bats that just all migrate at the same time from underneath this bridge. And they go out and they go sneaking around and trying to find insects and other mosquitoes and stuff to kill them off. So that was super cool. I got to see a whole bunch of bats. It was like the whole sky just went suddenly dark and all you heard was just flapping. Would recommend. Apparently Austin is really famous for it. It's over in the downtown area. Alright. So now, what I did was a tack stitch over here. Now this should actually keep. So this is going to create this little fold that you see here on Chatbat in the ears. So now we got to do all of this exact same thing with the other ear. So chat, you guys are going to hold that. It's underneath the camera. Don't move. Don't move, chat. You're going to knock over the ear. I might have to move this guy up a little bit. The sky was darkened by the amount of them. It's so cool, isn't it? They clear out a whole bunch of, like, insects and stuff, so they're super beneficial. What is that otter emote? Whose emote is that? Oh no, did the laptop die? Oh no, it just didn't. There we go. The laptop's screen turns off, apparently. Alright, let's put this together. That's a ferret? Oh, it's, fucking pirate software. Got it. Figured it out. It's a mosquito's best friend. So, chat, you could try to sort out the other one. If you can, I think it might be better if I put it behind over here. But I had to finagle it and put it onto my little green set of drawers, and now it's down here over by my window, so I can't really see because of the window. So I can't really look at it. It's actually better for me to look at the phone. I also didn't have the time to sign in, so I can't do anything on it. Alright, chat, let's go ahead and start the other ear. So I do have to press a button, as you can see, every time that I go through and I start. What it does is it goes backwards, and it kind of knots the thread, so even when I trim it, it's actually going to keep to it. Have fun lurking! No, it's not even Windows 11. It's Windows 7. We talked about this. Oh, you weren't here for that. This computer has so little RAM in it. We had to roll it back to Windows 7. It was Windows 10, and it was pretty bad. Alright, I think I messed up the tip of the ear, so we'll have to go and take a look at that. I might have to redo it. Alright, let's see. So if I go through here... Alright, there's the edge. Let's go ahead and go backwards. Not the little thread. I kind of missed a little bit, but not too bad. So I should be able to just go back. And you connect Windows 7 to the web. I mean, honestly, if anything happens to this computer, there's no problems with it, because it's just a computer that's been sitting in storage. I mean, I don't think anybody's going after anyone that's using Windows 7 at this point. It does run Panda antivirus, so that's most important. There we go. So now we've got an ear. So see, now I had to go over it 3 or 4 times. It just slips, okay? Listen, I was just cutting out a whole massive amount of bats. So I cut out 2 small bats, 2 medium bats, and 2 very large bats out of this fabric. And then I did the same with a couple of other ones. So chat, I don't know if maybe tomorrow we want to do another blueberry bat or a different one. But I have a chocolate strawberry bat. I have some galaxy star bats. And then I picked up some other fabric to do some other ones, but I haven't been able to pull that apart yet. It's a lot to sit here and cut out all these bats. It's a lot. Yeah, chat bat is a giant bat. So you can scale and you could scale up and down the pattern that Brittany made. BZ Art, the artist who made this pattern, which I did link to, so if you want to make a bat, you can. All right, let's trim this down. That's already pretty well trimmed. And then we'll go in here and we'll flip this inside out. Chat, the best part is this is going to be so much faster because I don't have to keep starting and stopping to read through the instructions. Because I've made so many of these damn things. Oh, that was Nightbot. I was like, who the fuck is posting really giant messages? It's Nightbot. Sorry, chat, I was gonna yell at one of you guys. It was Nightbot. There we go. Ear. However, there is one day where I'm actually gonna make a different kind of bat. And that one's by Teacup Laura or Teacup Lion, depends, but her name is Laura. She's pretty cool. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing. See, stop trying to turn off. Stop it, laptop. You're on fucking power. You're not even on battery. There's no need for you to dim. Chat, this is why I hate laptops. This is why I dislike laptops. Alright, now this should also be tacked down with this tack stitch. There we go. So now, what we could do is we could actually put this into the sides of the head so that it'll cover up all of this gunky looking side. We don't want that. Listen, when the computer doesn't run because it's running Windows 10, you gotta put it back to Windows 7, honest to God. The nice thing is not as many people are trying to break into Windows 7, so all you gotta do is download an antivirus. So chat, as you can see, you can kind of see, there's actually a little divot. That's that little triangle. That's where that ear is gonna go, so we're gonna trim that. Just straight up, all the way through. And now we're gonna pop the ear in there. That's the wrong ear. This ear. And we're gonna sew this down. Let's see if I can get this to all shove in there very carefully. I might have to hand sew this. It's a little small. Wait, hold on. Maybe if I do this? So this is rose gold with a holographic pigment on it. The one in Bakemonogatari? Which one's that? Which episode was that? I think I went through like 50 episodes of Bakemonogatari. There's so many Monogataris now. I cannot remember all of them anymore, unfortunately. There's too many. Alright, let's see if I got the ear on the first try. The vampire boy. God, you're asking for a very long time ago for me. Oh, there we go. Chat, I did it. Because there's 50 types of gold. There is. So I'm trying to clear out some of my nail polish. So a couple of years ago, my best friend was supposed to be getting married, and she wanted everything rose gold. So she sent me a rose gold bracelet. So I bought the matching necklace, I bought the matching earrings, and I got a nail polish to match. So that I could do all of it. She didn't get married. They went to the courthouse and she told me the day of and I couldn't drive in. So not only did I get a bridesmaid's dress and all of this stuff, she didn't even get married. So I'm trying to clear out the nail polish that I have from some of these one-off things like that. Where it's like, hey, I'm getting married. Here's a mint nail polish. Here's a rose gold nail polish. I need your nails to be purple. I need your nails to be this. How dare I was upset. I was. I was absolutely upset. There we go, chat. So now this little spot is where the eye's gonna be. And now our ear is actually sewn inside. So this will be the side of the head. So now let's see if I could get this on the second try on the other side. It's a little bit harder to do it on these smaller ones. When I go to do the really, really tiny one, chat, we're just going to be doing hand sewing. At least she didn't call off the wedding. You know, that's true. That's very true. The wedding was not called off. They did get married. Just, I had all this crap of all of this stuff that she sent me and all this stuff that she had me buy. And then we put down a deposit for the hair and everything. What do you mean what? It's very expensive to be in people's bridal parties. It's very expensive. So we were gonna have to pay for our own hair and makeup and stuff. So I opted out of doing the makeup. I was just gonna do the hair. So I paid for that. We lost the deposit because she canceled. Oh, there we go, Chad. I did it again. Oh, Chad, I'm so good at this. It's almost like I've made so many of these. So let's trim this. And then the nail polish, and then the shoes, and then the dress. And then you gotta pay towards, like, the bachelorette party. You gotta pay to go to the bachelorette party, especially if you're out of state like I am. There's gonna be a whole thing. It was a mess, chat. Chat, here we go! Chat, we got two sides of the face! Look at that! It kind of is muscle memory. I think I could probably get one of these guys done in probably about 3 hours. Especially if I don't have to cut everything out. Alright, chat, so we're gonna finish the head. So you're probably wondering what we do here. So you can actually see on ChatBat, that's what this orange pumpkin piece is. This is actually, it's called a dart. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna create more of a 3D shape. Because if you just put these two together, you're not gonna have the back of the head here like this. It's gonna be very flat. The wedding costs? Oh, weddings are very expensive. I went to school. I was working with a girl who spent, I think it was $70,000 on her wedding. And she was still in school. So she was still going to college. So her husband paid for all of it. And it was $70,000. And she's like, yeah, I just have all of this stuff sitting in storage. I'm like, why? The theme was a night in Paris. I was like, why do you have a theme to your wedding? Why not just have a wedding? Why not just spend $10,000, $20,000 and call it a day? Why are you spending so much money on this wedding? And then she's paying for a storage unit to hold it all after the fact. I'm like, why are you keeping it? Are you getting married again? Chat, I think I may have to hand sew this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the sides of the face from this nose all the way to the back over here. So I think let's hand sew this That's okay. One of my roommates that I was living with did the same thing. She had a $50,000 wedding, and she always talked about how much she regretted even getting married in the first place. Because she said she was having cold feet like 2 months before. It was also themed. They had a storage unit full of wedding stuff. See? Why does everybody keep wedding stuff? Why? Are you planning on getting married again? Like, do you just go, yeah, I might use this in 2 years. I'm gonna get married again. Invite everybody. So I look like the Mad Hatter. I love it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Why? Why does everybody use all of this? Why do they keep it all? Why not sell it to other people? Or why not, I don't know, donate it. Get rid of it. All right, let's see. All right, chat, we're going to get some hand sewing in. But once this is done, we'll be completely done with the head. That was fast. That was only an hour. Costs under $800, see? Would that be more fun? Go as cheap as possible. It's one day. Spend that money on a house instead. For $50,000, I could get a house. My mom tried to give me her wedding dress. Because she's like, you know, you could probably use this for something. And I was like, Mom, I don't want this wedding dress that's been in your closet since 1990. I don't want it. I don't want it. She went and bought a $70 prom dress off the rack. And that's what she had. We just left at the reception, flip the state. Now it's somebody else's problem. Now it's somebody else's problem. Now somebody else can deal with it. just leave it. Like, what do you... How... I want to know how much it is that she's spending each month on a storage unit. That's my curiosity. Like, you've already spent all of this money on the wedding stuff itself, which I understand that that's probably why you're keeping it. But why not just sell it? Get some of your money back. What do you care? In Grandma's wedding dress? Oh my god. That's so much. No, I was like, Mom, I don't want your wedding dress. What I am going to do with this bridesmaid's dress at some point, though, is I am going to rip it apart. And I think I'm going to use that for other projects instead. Because it's just blue and blue tulle. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'll make something out of it. I was still holding on to it because as of like 3 years ago, she told me, oh yeah, we're still going to have a... We're still going to have a wedding. You know, I promise, I swear. She has since had 2 kids and she's like, yeah, I don't think we're having the wedding. I'm like, damn it! I was the first one to buy the dress because she wanted me to order it. So if anybody needed alterations, I could do everybody's alterations. She had 15 people in the bridal party. Because, Chad, if you didn't know, I also do dress alterations, and I can hem your pants. Yes, I swear I can. I can fix your pants, I could hem it, I could do everything that I need to. Alright, so chat, this should create the nose tip. So we're going to put this on this side first. And I'm just doing very gentle, small stitches this entire way. So this is going to go over this entire ear over here, and this is going to end up right here. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side, and it's going to create this extra little 3D piece, essentially. It's just a triangle. That is a giant bridal party. She knows a lot of people, and then people were getting mad at her. Because the one is a set of twins that we've known for a very long time. We all went to school together. And she was like, would it look really bad if I only invited one of the twins? And I said, no, you should probably invite the other twin into the bridal party too. And then she had other people that she felt obligated to invite. And then she had other people that forced their way into the bridal party. Had never met. And the Queen of England sent a card? What the shit? I don't think it was that she wasn't bright. I think it was that she doesn't know how to say no. Which is understandable. Because then she had to invite her cousins. She had to invite her cousins' cousins because they're like half cousins. And her mom was insistent that she had to because they grew up together, and that was a whole thing. And then there was the girl down the street that we grew up with. That was a whole thing. And they were like best friends for the longest time. You know, and then she wanted her kid in the wedding, and... No, they're not even Latino! They're very white! They're... How to put it? They're very European Hungarian. And, they're... I don't know how this happens, because this happened in my family, too. For some reason, in Cleveland, when you're Hungarian, and you're a descendant of Hungarian, you just accumulate random family. I found out about 10 years ago, my aunt isn't actually my aunt. She was just the lady that lived down the stairs from my family. And because she was all by herself, they adopted her. So my Aunt Josephine isn't actually my aunt. She just lived downstairs from them. Also, thank you, Rin. Everybody stretch. Drink water. So, chat, I don't know who this woman is. She's a found aunt. And they did the same thing. They just kept accumulating cousins, aunts. Even when I go over there to go see her kid, I'm called aunt. And the only reason we're friends is because we were walking around the block and they were playing with the dog, so I talked to the dog. And then she came up and she's like, what's your name? And I said, oh, my name's this. And she goes, oh my god, that's my name too. And that's it. I am anti-Q with, I have given this child so many stuffed animals. This kid has gotten quilts for me. The new kid has a quilt for me. I made him a Sonic plushie recently. I made him one of the giant Eevees. This is a very spoiled child. He likes Mario and he likes Sonic. So no, that's how we became friends when I was 4 years old. Was because we had the same name. Chad, it was much easier then, wasn't it, to make friends? And we've been friends ever since. And now I'm the aunt to her kids. All these years later. Every girl will be their sister? See, it just happens. You're technically in the granduncle rank? Oh my god. So, yeah, you know what? That is something that I would do. I showed you guys the picture of this quilt. It's the one with all the duckies on it. And then I made her one for the oldest kid, for my oldest nephew. And that one has, like, little monkeys all over it. because her dad used to call her Monkey. So she thought it would be a cute little homage. So I had to buy monkey fabric, and then I bought little fabric with bananas on it. And a whole bunch of leaves and trees and stuff. Who's younger than me? See? It just happens, chat. It just happens. Sometimes there's just random people in your family that just isn't even family. This is just normal. So chat, my brother's never having kids. I'm never having kids, but I apparently have like 50,000 nieces and nephews. Of just random people. Sup, Ender? Welcome to Bats. Let's see. See, chat, we're almost there. It only takes a second. We had to launch a half-built ship into orbit? Why? Also, you guys are playing tonight, right? Because we couldn't land it. You know what? That sounds about right. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying Space Engineers. Who needs kids anyway? Sure as hell not me. I'm a big kid. I don't need kids. I can't even take care of myself. Send to Aunt and Uncle Rick. Oh, God. Chat, it's inevitable for all of us. Managed to stop it using the tug. Chat, did I ever tell you the story about when my brother bought a snowmobile? Chat, did I ever tell you that story? Of when my brother bought a snowmobile? So, my brother bought a snowmobile off of Craigslist because my brother is insufferable. He's also a scalper. We've talked about this before. He's an interesting child. I call him a child, but he's now 30. But he's an interesting child. He bought a snowmobile off of Craigslist. And so he wanted to see how it runs. So they towed it home. He put it in our driveway. Okay. He got a bunch of gas. Put it in the gas canister. He filled it up. And it turned on. Which was great. Chat, we have the side of the head. See? See? So now we do this other side, and that's going to go together, and then we sew up this little chin, and then we stop here, and then the head's done. Well, my brother, in all of his infinite wisdom, it starts. It's great. I could hear it from my room. Okay? My room is closest to the driveway. And then I went, that's really weird. I wonder why it's still going after about 30 minutes. So I went outside, and I went to my dad, and I said, Dad, why aren't we turning it off? And he goes, well, your brother's a moron. Apparently, when this guy sold it to him, he didn't tell him there wasn't an off button. That's why he was selling it for scrap. It didn't have a kill switch. So chat, this thing ran for approximately 12 hours straight until it could kill off all the gas that was in the tank and die. He could turn it off so he could safely siphon out the gas. He just had to let it run. So I had to sit there in my room and listen to this fucking snowmobile going off for 12 hours until it ran out of gas. So that's what that reminds me of, where you just have to stop it in midair. It just kept going, chat. It just kept going. It just had to keep running. Thankfully, our other neighbors were kind of cool with it, because the lady next door came over, and she was laughing. She laughed at my brother. She's actually the same woman that taught me how to sew all those years ago. She laughed, and she's like, he's an idiot. It's just idle for 12 hours. It was so loud. Oh. I've been shuttling parts to the ship so it can build itself. I feel like if my brother had a working computer, I feel like that'd be a game for him. I feel like he would do that. He would just sit there and build all this shit, and it would just zoom around everywhere. My brother is actually on TikTok as, like, one of those weird car detailing people, you know what I'm talking about? Where they do stupid shit. He bought a whole bunch of play money, and he put it into the back of his truck, where he has the big giant speakers. You know, the ones that, like, rattle the car. And he resin poured a whole bunch of the fake money into the trunk of this car. Chad, my brother doesn't have a job. No offense. But my brother doesn't have a job. So it's a little ironic that he's just like, oh, here's all this fake money to make it look like I'm making a lot of money. He's not making a lot of money. He's making zero money. So he just resin poured a little shelf into his car in between his speakers and just put a whole bunch of fake money. And then he was making TikToks as if it was real money, and his finger was covering up the Flip brother. No, flip him. He kept taking his finger to cover up this is for movie purposes, you know, that kind of money. My brother's a riot. My brother is a goddamn riot. I don't know how else to describe him. Ow. I just poked myself. The fastest duck was a red-breasted merganser, which achieved an airspeed of 100... Holy shit. That is a fast duck. Chat, I was playing Repo all weekend. That's probably what also hurt my hand. I'm gonna be honest. Chat, do not play Repo 4 days in a row. There was no prediction. We knew this was gonna happen. We knew that I was going to hurt myself. I put this pin over here so that I could fold up this ear, and I stabbed myself with this pin. So that now the ear is out of the way and I won't sew into it. So instead I stabbed myself with the pen. Chat, I'm really bad at this. I also keep almost sewing my glove. If you haven't seen, I wear compression gloves when I'm sewing. It helps out a lot. Also, chat. I wonder if I can get... Hold on. Hi, Cap'n! Hi, Raiders! I was literally just about to ask. Cap'n, how was Genshin Dailies? How was it? Chat, if you haven't already, go and drop a follow for Cap'n. Cap'n was doing some, Denology existence of hands, Jesus Christ. Chat, if you guys are not already, go drop a follow for Cap'n. It's a little hard for me to type it in here. So if somebody could do exclamation point Cap'n for me. How was your stream? How was Stardew Valley with Ren? And then how was Genshin Dailies? Genshin's progressing. Thank you, Cap'n. See, you can shout out yourself. Thanks for dropping everybody off. Hey, it's really late for a lot of you guys, so if any of you guys gotta go, I understand. But, unfortunately, Ren DC'd. Oh, no. I was gonna ask if a certain someone would like me to show off some of my progress. I could show just their own, but that certain person has to let me know if that's okay. It's okay if it's not, too. I need to have a yes, and then I can only show off theirs and not the other two. But chat, raiders, welcome in. We're making bats if you haven't seen. We're doing some sewing. So here's Chat Bat. He's now covered in blue. Because as you can see, this fabric sheds pretty bad. No, not Kong. No. I'm working on a different project. But they have to tell me it's okay. So this is Chat Bat. So currently, we're making a blueberry bat. So this inner fabric, that's actually going to be blueberries. Just the one? Okay. All right, chat. Hold on. Hold on. It's not Kong. Chat, this one I could show off. So you guys will understand. Chat, I'm making Cap'n. Chat, we're making Cap'n. So chat, you may wonder about these buckles. Chat, they're the buckles for Cap'n's little apron. I'm trying to put the buckles here, and then I lost them. It is not a voodoo doll. Chat, don't worry. Once this is all done, you guys are gonna get the full tour. Not only have we made Cap'n shoppy shoes, they're on here. They're here. Chat, my lovely roommate even made, we have a tiny pencil and 2 tiny pens that we have 3D printed. Why is he bald? Because I haven't done the hair yet. We have the little microphone. I'm going to... So this is going to attach in the back. And then this is going to go over the shoulder, and this is going to attach to the buckle over here. So that's going to go over here. So we're going to pretend that that's attached. So it'll be like that. Bald is perfect! Cal, I think you're a little biased. Isn't that nifty? Hi, Velvet. So there you go, chat. This is what I've been working on. It's not just Cap'n, there's 2 others, but we can't spoil that. So chat, when I've been talking about how bad this is, it's because I'm working on 3 at once, and I'm, attention to detail. Yeah, no, I hid the other 2. Beat that AI! Yeah, AI wishes they could do that. No, everything is, completely together. So, here's the shirt. I took apart the collar. This is an actual one. I know, it looks like a weird bat. I got some buttons, so those are gonna fit. The pants are all completely hand-tailored. I even put, all of the edges and everything. So this is the existing pants. Hold on, I can show you. Chat, I took a pair of pants, and I ripped it apart. And this is an actual shirt. This is some green fabric that I was gonna make, Mary from Ebe, actually. So that's the same cotton from all that time ago. So chat, these pants have been destroyed. This is actually just pants fabric. It's all tailored completely to a small scale. The brown fabric was actually a pair of pants, and it's actually perfect. It's actually gonna look really well. I think I could probably get it to kind of lay correctly. So it'll be something like that. And then I went through, and my sewing machine has lettering. So I made the lettering. So I made a little patch that says Cap'n on it. I went through with my sewing machine. You could very barely see it. I made the tiny pocket. As you can see, the little itty bitty tiny one. Hi, Mayu. So we have a very, very small one. It's so tiny. And all of these buttons I was going to make properly, but instead we decided it might be better if I do hand embroidery. So this is just like a silver thread that I made into buttons. Chat, I'm insane. What's even better, chat, is all of this is removable. So if Cap'n feels like changing his clothes later, he could just change. Hi, Ratty. Because basement can't... No, Cap'n's not in my basement. Stop. So, chat, this is what I've been doing. So we're making 3, but here's Cap'n. And all of them are, they're all made completely like this. Yeah, Cap'n can be completely naked. So chat, if you're wondering where I've been, this is where I've been. This is why this does not look like a bat. So chat, soon, this project will be done. I will no longer lose pieces of it. I ordered these buckles. I waited 2 weeks for them. It's just the buckles on the top of the apron. That's what is the holdup, chat. Because it is much easier to do all the clothing first before all the hair is attached, because the hair can be too bulky. So until all that's done, I can't finish Cap'n's hair. Can you make him some abs? I mean, he's got a line. Is that close enough? He's got 1 ab. Is that alright? Is that alright? Cap'n, put your shirt back on. Unfortunately, these buttons, I don't have a buttonhole maker small enough to be able to make actual working buttons. That's next on my list. But everything's on here, chat. I'm insane. I'm absolutely insane. 6 and 1 abs. So there you go, chat. And look, we've got the little earpiece. I actually wrapped it around the ear and everything. So this is 2 different pieces. So this one is actually shoved into the inside of here, and I actually put stuffing in here so that it'll actually look more like a little covered mic. And everybody's got eyes too. We embroidered all the eyes instead of the buttons this time. So there you go, chat. That's what I've been doing. I would say it's an incredible eye for detail. I would say it's insanity. I mean, who the hell 3D prints a pen? Who in their right mind just goes, yeah, you know what I need to 3D print? Pens. My lovely roommate, because he does all of the models, was kind enough to paint these for me too. So we made a pencil too. So chat, after this project is done. After this project is done, I am making a cap and front. Yeah, Critter did a very good job. And I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe? Chat, these are the pins. It is Critter. Critter went through. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it. Maybe? These things are so tiny. Maybe? Will it... I gotta go that way. Alright, let's try there. Chat. We 3D... These are tiny eyes. These are tiny glass eyes that I used for some needle felting. And he painted the pins. So all the little coffee pins. So that's all 3 of these. You could barely see it. I swear it's gonna look better when I take the really good pictures. But all the little latte art and stuff that are on those, he painted all of them. So those are going to have to get attached as well. Those are tiny. I think the coffee bean one looks pretty good. Like, you're painting black on brown. Like, what are you expecting? Like, it's gonna be hard to see. It's gonna be very hard to see. So, there you go, chat. Plushie commissions. I still don't even know what to price these at. Some people have told me to price them at like $500 or $600. But that's kind of expensive. How long? I started these 3 in February. The problem is that I take breaks and then everyone else has things. Now I could talk about this. Chat, in the middle of making Cap'n, I had to very quickly make Mousie's wedding plushes. So I took 2 weeks to do that too. I'm not inserting the needle. No, guys, no. Guys, no, we're not eating people. We're not eating people. Stop. Guys, this isn't a voodoo doll, and we're not eating people. Oh, the laptop turned off. Alright, that's fine. So there you go, chat. So when I talk about I'm doing a big project, I'm literally doing a big project, so it's 3 of these. Now he's gonna be all covered in blueberry. Damn it. That's fine, because I still have to put his hair on. So I've already got all of the colors for the hair. I've got now the colors for the other two's hair. So now what I'm waiting on is for some tiny stuff that we're printing. So we're waiting for it to dry, and then I put Mr. Super Clear on it. I'd show you guys, but it'll spoil who the other two are. But chat, I love doing these. They're fun. Start in the outside snow pile. No. No, these are gonna get sent off to Cap'n. And, I did make some other stuff to throw in the box, because I'm a terrible piece of shit. And I felt like doing other stuff, so there you go, chat. So that's the project I've been working on. So this is gonna be Cap'n. So there you go. So if you've been wondering where I've been, that's where I've been. Hold on, I've also got to answer. Alright, let's see if that'll work. Did I destroy it, chat? Could somebody send a message? Let me see if I can turn this back on. Hold on. Oh, did it work? Oh, it worked. For this year's charity stretch goal? Thank you. Sure. If it's to send somebody a bat, sure. I was thinking about doing that, but I don't know if that's feasible this year or next year. I'm not sure yet. Oh my god, chat bat's covered, chat. We're not harvesting children, stop. Guys, we're not harvesting children. Stop. Guys, no. Guys, we're not eating people. We're not harvesting kids. Cap'n isn't in my basement. He's not shoveling my snow. I'm making projects for him. It's fine. Chat, this is why I barter for half of my stuff, because it's easier. So chat, back to bat. So there you go. Thank you for raiding, Cap'n. There, now you guys got to see Cap'n. That's what you get for raiding. I gotta show off your stuff. Alright, let's see, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so what we were doing, Raiders, if you didn't see, is we're making the bat. So that was Chat Bat over there. What we're currently doing is we are finishing the head of this little guy. So this is going to be a blueberry bat. Let's see. Since you finished Hades, make a Cerberus plushie, but it's a 3-headed donkey. Huh. I probably could. I don't see why I couldn't. I just have to make 3 heads. How the hell would I put it on? Why am I making a 3-headed Kong, though? Why does he need 3 heads? For those of you that don't know, for some reason, Chad is obsessed with this god-awful donkey that we have in RimWorld, another game that we play, which I know Cap'n has played previously as well. In our Vampires playthrough, we have a donkey whose name is Kong, and I hate this creature. I hate him. I hate him with a passion. I think he is the worst creature to ever exist, and he is useless. And Chat loves him, and I have tried to kill this thing multiple times. And Chat won't let me. And we keep bringing him back. One of the heads is not David. One of the heads is not David. Kong is eternal. Chat, I'm so sick of this donkey. I'm so sick of this donkey. So Chat has made me make 2 donkeys. We have made 2 donkey plushies. And they made me keep one. I sent one to Sam, who is the whole reason why we have this damn donkey in the first place. Kong is not love. Kong is a piece of shit. I hate this donkey. I hate him so much. I hate him so incredibly much. He's a god-awful creature, and I don't want him anymore in my playthrough. And you guys are obsessed with him. I don't know why you're obsessed with him. I don't know if it's just because he annoys me so. I don't know if it's because you all like donkeys. Luna has even gone so far as to sponsor a donkey, a real-life donkey at a rescue, in my name. And I'm kind of upset about this. Send it to my local donkey rescue! I would, but then you guys would get upset if I don't bring him out at every possible moment. And then you guys would know that he's gone. Just because it annoys you? Great. Chat, I love the donkey. I love him so much. Will you guys leave me alone about him now if I love him instead? If I love the donkey, will you guys stop with the donkey? Can we... Will we drop the donkey if I tell you guys that this is the best joke that we've ever come up with? This is... How sincere do I have to be? I can't send it to the rescue. Luna picked a rescue in Israel. I don't think I could send it. I'm not sending it to a donkey rescue. I'm not proposing to Kong. Hold on. I'm stopping that right there. We're not proposing to this donkey. Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I am not marrying a donkey. Why don't you marry him? Shut up, Ender. Can I... I'm not proposing a donkey either. Chat. Oh, I just realized I never added the... No. Alright, well, we gotta hand sew that too. Chat, I forgot about the dart in the back. I'm glad I realized that now. Chat, we gotta do more hand sewing. It's okay, we're almost done. Now I'm losing my mind over this damn donkey. Join us on the moon. What? You can't just tell people to go to the moon. You have to be specific at saying space engineers. You can't just tell people you're going to the moon. They're gonna think that you're friends with Elon Musk or something. You gotta specify that it's in space engineers. Oh, chat. I don't know about the three-headed donkey. Maybe if that means I get rid of the other one. He wants to go to Mars. Okay, well, didn't you crash something on Mars? Or you attempted to crash something on Mars? Good lord. Alright, here we go, chat. So now this is done. No, Cal wants a three-headed donkey, because why the hell not? Alright, so now we'll go ahead and tie this off. So chat, as you can see, there's actually a line back here that I forgot to do. So this is another thing. This is a little dart, and what this is going to do, as you can kind of see here on the back of ChatBat, is this is actually going to create a little bit more of a 3D shape. So I do need to sew that down. So I guess we're going to have to, try to land on the dark side of Mars. Well, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to hand sew it because I can't throw it through the machine because I forgot about it. If I throw this through the machine, I'm going to risk sewing over my ears, so I don't want to do that. So let's just do it manually. It has amazing ray tracing, I know, doesn't it? Hi, Poulter. Chat, go drop a follow for Poulter if you aren't already. I lost depth perception. Well, I'm not making a Chimera Kong either. Absolutely not. Poulter, they're making me sew more donkeys. Also, everybody drop a follow for Atria too, who had an amazing live 2D debut. So that was fun. And we got to talk about Step Boyfriend. So chat, we're gonna very carefully go through here. And I'm gonna pull this through. It's the Donkey VTuber! Shut up, Nick. I'm not Donkey VTuber. Is there a Donkey VTuber? I know there's a Donkey Twitch user. Stop. I know there's a Donkey Twitch user that Proton gifted a sub to. But I don't think there's a Donkey VTuber. If that one wants a three-headed plush, I'll send that one over. Chat, I do not have space for all of these plushies. That's the problem. That's why I'm making bats, because I could give them out to children at Halloween, chat. And I get to enjoy making something. And not keep it. I thought you were gonna love Kong! Oh shit, I forgot about that. I forgot I'm supposed to love this damn donkey. I forgot. I completely forgot. I'm very upset about this. Alright, thankfully this isn't a lot of stitches, so we're just gonna go up to right here. Oh no, I'm stuck on the pin! Okay. So I'm gonna very quickly go back through, not get stuck on the pin again. You know what, I'm gonna take out this pin. Go away. Sorry, penguin. I'm gonna shove all these ears down. So now I'm gonna go back through, and I'm gonna go and follow back the way that I came, but on each opposing stitch, so that I make sure that this is gonna stay together. Because when we go to stuff this, unfortunately, it's gonna be very fully stuffed. I know you guys always make fun of me, but what we like doing is having very stuffed heads. And if this is just a single seam going all the way over, it's actually gonna pop. And we don't want that. No, 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 this is the entire head. This isn't the ear, this is the entire head already. That's what I'm talking about, is these are very, very quick to make. Once you know what you're doing, Even though, as you can see, chat, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm forgetting steps. Once you know what you're doing. This is the side of the head. Here's the middle. And here's the side. And here's the back of the head. So now, I'm going to shove these ears in. And we're going to sew from this nose all the way down to about, I'd say about the neck. Starting at the neck. Not neck the person, but the actual physical neck. And we're going to close this up, and then we can flip the whole thing after I put in the eyes, and that's the entire head done. Wasn't that easy, chat? So let's go ahead and trim all of my extra stuff. Yeah, we're going to turn the whole thing inside out. This is going to be a very small bat. Don't give me that face, Poulter. Don't you give me that face. I gotta give him eyes. I gotta stuff him. Just normal things. Alright, let's see. There we go. So, do I have a plushie for the cat? I do not. Like a plushie made in the shape of the cat? No. I probably could. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this on the floor. Because I'm a horrible person. I'm gonna clean it up later. Now I've got Minky everywhere. Sorry, I hope you all are awake. And I'm gonna throw that out too. I do have a bag of garbage, but it's getting really full. So I do have to get rid of that. Oh, filled with catnip? No, our cat is not allowed to do drugs. He's not allowed to have catnip. I'd also be worried about giving him something and one of the seams popping. He likes mouse toys a lot more and little balls, especially Christmas ornaments. Christmas ornaments are his favorite. Chat, maybe Cat will stop by, and then you guys could say hi to Cat. He's over there sleeping in the window. I could see him. He's just snoozing. He's having a time. He's excited because there's some sunlight, so he's charging up. He's getting recharged. I would go get him, but I don't want to bother him. Honestly, if I go to get up, he will probably follow, and then we will have cat time. And the problem is I'd kind of like to finish this bat today. And Eb always makes fun of me. But if I wake up the cat, we will be distracted here for about an hour just talking about the cat and looking at the cat and petting the cat. Chad, if you didn't see, Mousy got a new cat. Mousy has a new little tiger, sleek Savannah cat. His name's Sam, and I love him. Alright, chat. So now, let's go ahead and sew up this little chin. So this is going to create the nose here. So here's nose. So I'm going to actually go ahead and double stitch this too. Because I want this nose to be perfect. Because as you can see, the nose is going to fill out pretty quickly. More videos for the plushie house. I do send a lot of plushies to my friends. Mousy now has wedding plushies and bats. And now Riley has bats and a snoof. We made the snoof on stream. I did not upload that one. However, if you go back through the old VOD, you could actually check that out. Because I did make the pattern for that. For most of the stuff. So we did work on that on stream. Chad, I've shown you guys a lot of ways of making plushies. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry this is my content once a month. I'm so sorry. Alright, we'll keep going through here. And this goes through here. Stop what? No, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. I know that we're not going to see a lot of our usual numbers this week, and that's fine. I just wanted to make some bats. Ow! Well, it's okay. I stabbed my nail and it freaked me out. Oh, come on. Oh, that's an extra thread. Oh. Chat, I clear up all my threads, because otherwise I get confused. I wish I could mushroom this hard. I do actually have a mushroom themed fabric if you would ever like a bat. I've shown this off before, but I made a little, You should grow mushrooms and have a mushroom cam. Oh my god. I have a mushroom fabric that I was gonna make a dress out of, and I've never gotten around to it, because now I'm not working in an office. So I just have this red fabric with mushrooms all over it. And it's really super cute. And a friend of mine wanted a plushie made for her, and so we made one of the dinosaurs, and I made the mouth have mushrooms in it, and she thought it was funny. So it looked like he was just chewing on mushrooms. My $1. What's this one's nail polish? So we talked about this. It is a rose gold with a holographic shine on it. We talked about this. A friend of mine was supposed to be getting married a couple of years ago, and she never did. So I bought this nail polish specifically for her. I hate rose gold. I hate it. I've never liked it. So I have this nail polish that I'm trying to clear out. So I just put it on for the hell of it. Trying to clear it out. Oh, it'd be slow growing. Oh, slow growing. Ah, I get it. Ah, I thought you meant for the plush, and I was like, what are you talking about? Slow growing for the mushroom cam. Listen, I would watch a mushroom camera. That would be fun. Chat, I actually do that quite frequently. I watch all kinds of weird stuff. Like, I used to watch the otters at the zoo. They would just go around for hours. I used to watch the jellyfish cameras. Those were fun. I love those. Hi, Ham. I said maybe if I get the other camera to work. Right now, I currently only have a webcam. If I could get an iPhone and have that as my tracking... Curisha, what are you calling me? I was saying that maybe what would be funny is if I put Chatbat in different areas, and then you guys could redeem, and then we could just see wherever Chatbat is. And then you guys just redeem and I just have to turn on Chatbat cam. I do want to get a refurbished iPhone. That's what I need to do, is I need to get an iPhone. The cheapest I could get is an iPhone 10 with still decent enough tracking. I've already done the research. I just need the iPhone. Scrambled eggs is just fried chicken. What the hell are you talking about? Wait. You got the 12 for 200? That's not bad. Yeah, no, I found one on eBay. That is one of my goals, chat. If we get that fundraised on Throne, I think I have to make a needle felt doggy. Is that what I put? Chat, can somebody do exclamation point goals? Think about it. It's fried chicken. No, because you don't fry eggs. Well, yeah, I guess a fried egg would be. Thank you. Okay, yeah, iPhone. It's a needle felt. There you go, chat. Yeah, I guess you are right. Ham, are you okay? You always come in here. And you always have the most outrageous messages. Are you alright? Are you... Has anybody asked you in a while? Are you okay? We're not adding a laptop. Oh, it's the Live 2D budget. That makes sense. No, my Live 2D, I didn't actually pay for. We've talked about this. If you go back through my old VODs, I talked about all of the plushies that I made for my manager, Snooze, so he's the one that paid for my Live 2D. So I didn't pay for any of it. I made the plushies. Oh my god, not the dinosaur babies again. No, guys. No, we're not doing this again. So no, I have no idea what Snooze has paid. I do not know when it is coming in. I know literally nothing about it. My manager is the one that's doing all of it. So all of this is just different. Artists should be paid more. Fuyu is correct. Absolutely correct. Now I'm aware and my neighbors are really aware. Alright, it is Autism Awareness Month, to be fair. I'm joking. So here we go, chat. Here's the head. So now I have to get these little eyes, and we're going to stick it in on both sides. Also, Fuyu, you might appreciate this. If you click on the link in my pinned, Brittany, who makes this bat pattern, is still selling from her 2023 bat thing a whole bunch of witch-themed bats, and they're really cute. I love them. Your model is super cute. That's why I go through and I tip all my artists. I usually give them a pretty decent tip. And the one who made my dancing emote, Lyric Kiwi, I've sent so many friends over to also go get dancing emotes, like Pyrrha, Pinky got one, Velvet has one. I know you're a witch too, but we were talking about mushrooms. We were talking about mushrooms. Hold on, chat, I gotta get the eyes. Oh, and I also need my scissors to trim this. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Oh, and then I got one for Cap'n. So, chat, Cap'n and I could dance together. Let's see, chat. What size should I do? Should we do 9mm? Or should we do 12? I think those are too small. Chat, should we do 12? Or should we do 9? Which channel that pinned messages? Oh, no, it should be up at the top here in the stream manager. Is it not? Is it gone? Oh my god, is my pinned message gone? Hold on. Hold on. I don't think... Oh, damn it. Oh. Chat, somebody do exclamation point pattern. Oh, it is still there? Oh, thank God. 150, 69. All right, thanks, everybody. Very helpful. Very, very helpful. You know what, chat? Let's do 12. Chat, let's do 12. Oh, I forgot I have yellow ones! So, chat, this is gonna sound really embarrassing. Chat, I painted these gold eyes. One of my friends, his significant other wanted a bat. So I made the bat, and I made custom eyes, and I painted the eyes, and then chat, I made the entire bat, and I realized not only did I not even use the eyes, I painted these on the wrong size. Chat, would it be weird if I used the gold eyes? Would it be weird if I used the gold eyes? I know there are googly eyes that you could stitch. I'm not adding googly eyes. I don't have the googly eyes. I have all of these eyes. Gonna join us tonight? I don't know. I did install it, but I gotta see how my hand is. So that's why we're doing a fun week this week, so I don't have to do as much gaming. So chat, I don't know. Should I use the gold eyes, or should we just use black eyes? Chat, here's your options. What do you think I should do? Should we do gold eyes, or should we do black eyes? It's a good combination. I mean, once I put them on, they're on, so I can't take them off. But I made these, and then I didn't use them because I'm a moron. Make it the SS I Love Kong! Do not call it the SS I Love Kong. I will not show up. I will not show up. I will refuse to show up if you do this. Chat, let's use these gold eyes I fucked up and made. Now, can I find the other one? Oh, here we go. So for those of you guys wondering, for my eyes, I get these clear ones. So the outer edges are clear, so it'll still have a pupil. And what you do, if you guys can see, is you take acrylic paint and you paint the entire back of it. And then that clear part that you saw is going to show up gold. So there you go. Ah! I dropped it. Also, Luna, I already have googly eyes. I don't need more. This is indeed an entire drawer of just googly eyes. I don't need more. I also have tiny little puppy noses. And I use these for my Eevees, my large Eevees, so I have those too. And I have tinier eyes that I have as well. And they get much smaller, chat. And then I have more noses. Chat, I have a lot of stuff. I have to clear it out. I have to make all of this stuff and use it. I just dropped one of the pieces. And then chat, these are the eyes that Critter painted. So that's what these are. So these are little glass eyes. They're a little dusty and dirty. That's because you put a little bit of powder on it, and then they won't scratch each other when they're in here. This glass is very malleable, so it'll just keep scratching. So you clean these off, and then you have these eyes, and I stick them into needle felts. So what you do is you take glue, and you glue this entire back stick, and then you smash it into the needle felting, and that's how you make the eyes. And I have multiple sizes. You can see there's actually a couple of them that are actually scrunched over here in the corner. Some of those are actually broken. So you gotta be very careful going in this one. Where's that piece? There we go. So chat, let's put on some gold eyes. Oh no, I'm running over the cord. Oh no! I ripped up a part of my chair. Our hot dog pancakes. Shut up! Chat, soup is a sauce! I don't care what Mousy says. Hold on, I'm like rolling over everything. Now what did I roll over? Am I off this cord? Oh, chat, I did it. I successfully did not roll over any cords. How'd I rip a part of a chair? So, when you have a shitty gaming chair, they have these little plastic pieces that cover, and they get stuck on my sock and they come off because they're just hooked in. It's a cheap-ass chair. I would not recommend it. It's to cover where you attach the rolling feet to. Is it Otter Plush Day? It's not yet, Otter. But thank you for the bits. I do have that on my list. I do have that I'm making you an otter. For Rin, I have to make a lizard, and I have to make an axolotl. It's a Temu chair! It's not a Temu chair. I do not hate otters. Listen, I just mistaked a ferret for an otter earlier. Alright, so chat, earlier, as you saw, I put a little hole over here. So we're going to very carefully put this eye in here on the correct side. And we're going to push that through and very carefully put it through that hole. And I need to wiggle around, and I need to make sure that this is completely flush, because sometimes the ear will get stuck in here. And now we take this, and we're going to very carefully... Now, they actually make... It's a little joiner, so you could actually push this in a little easier, because sometimes it hurts my fingers. So sometimes Critter has to do it for me. But we're going to put this all the way down. And now the eye should be attached. So now we got to do the same thing on the other side. Cherokee hates otters. What? Chat, one day we'll get the better chair. Chat, that's also part of the goals. That's an all-the-time goal, too. Alright, so let's... Okay, because see, now the ear is stuck. So let's move it around very carefully. This is why I keep my nails pretty long. Otherwise, I have to use my little hemostats over here. And they're kind of rough. And sometimes they'll scratch the eyes. So now, let's have this also flush. And then we get to put this plastic bit on. I buy all of my eyes from the same place, because they're really nice plastic. So I try and keep these as much as possible. So I have multiple sizes and multiple things. So I have the clear ones and I have the pure black ones. Let's see if I could get this. I know I could click once more. Come on. Come on, one more. Have fun at work. I think the majority of you guys are at work. Thank you for joining me from work. I hope work is going well. For those of you in the Philippines, go to bed because it's midnight. Cap, and especially you. There we go. So see, chat? Now the eyes are on. So now... Luna, are you working or are you hardly working? Lethal dose is also a lifetime supply. Shut up. Why are we doing puns again? So chat, I found it's actually easier to use these. So these are wire cutters that I have had for a very, very, very long time. I have a tendency to get a lot of supplies and then never use them again. But these I have started using again. So we're going to cut the backs of these. And this is going to make all the stuffing lay flatter. So we're going to very carefully... Oh my god, it shot me in the eye. Alright, you can't really control those. Unfortunately. They just kind of go where they want. And let's pop the other one. I don't even know where that one went. Can I trim this a little more? Let's see. Alright, that's a little better. So there we go, chat. Alright, are we ready? Are we ready for the unveiling? If the eyes don't look good, we're gonna blame neck, chat. Shut up, Ham. Shut up. And a mech. We're not calling pregnant women mech pilots. Alright, chat. So we're gonna grab the ears. So here's an ear. We're gonna very carefully fold this out. See if I can grab the other ear, because this will help a little bit. I think that's this side. That's this side. Come here, ear. Alright, 2 ears. And then this whole thing is gonna get flipped. And now we will see the fruits of the labor. Literally, because it is blueberries. And also done. There we go, chat. So now we fold all of this out. And chat, we have a bat head! What do you think? So we've got the blue and we've got the gold. So as you can see with Chat Bat's ears, I do two different kinds of ears. So you can actually pull a thread through here and you can actually tack it up, or you could leave these kind of soft just like this. Now, if we decide later, we can actually sew these back, then you could see more of these blueberries. I'm not going to eat the bat. I do have blueberries, though. I do have some blueberries. So there you go, chat. We got a bat head. It only took 2 hours. What do you think, chat? We got a head. So see, this is where we put these 3 pieces together. And this actually creates the little bit of the nose, so I like to try and pop it a little bit more. Oops, and not put my thing through there. And there we go. Now we've got a little bit of a nose that'll stick out. So if you don't stuff it as much as I usually do, you'll have a little bit more of this shape. But I like mine being pretty fully stuffed. I did not decapitate him, okay? I just made the head first. So chat, what do we think? You like him? Don't like him? Bad? Good? Alright. Curious? Interesting? I'm not going to eat him. Chat, I don't know why you guys think I'm doing a cannibalism. How soft is it? Very soft. You know those really soft pillows? Where you can, like, pull all the fuzz up and then you can pull it all down? It's that fuzzy and soft. Don't get rabies! I'm not eating random things that I'm gonna get rabies. Chat, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I don't know why you think I'm just eating random things. And actually, I do actually put random things in my mouth. Never mind. I'm not answering that question. Chat, here's your blueberry bat. So far. So chat, now we can put all this away. You always want to have a nice clear workstation, so you know what the hell you're doing. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We need to make the body, which is going to compose of these tiny feet. Tiny feet. We got a belly that we're going to have to stitch up the side. You leave my wax alone. You know what? I will go get the Nicolips right now. And show you guys. It's normal, okay? Chat, this is normal. You're supposed to chew on them. Hi, Reeker. Everyone makes fun of me for chewing on wax. Yes, everyone likes Nicolips. Are you really gonna make me go all the way to the kitchen and go get these? With those doll's feet? No, what do you mean, why? They're good. Oh my god, they're so much fun. You take off the cap, you drink all the stuff inside, and then you chew on all the wax afterwards. No, the doll feet was because I liked the sensation of the plastic on my teeth, so I chewed all the Barbie doll feet. And then they stopped making it out of the synthetic rubber, and they started making them all out of plastic, that I couldn't chew on them anymore. I did chew on Barbie doll feet. Hi, Torque. I actually did swallow a penny once. Don't chew on pennies. It's not good for you. No, they're making fun of me because they said that I'm going to eat the blueberry bat. Welcome to Bat. We made the head. He's a little blueberry bat. Was it good? No. I had to go get shots. I had to go get tetanus shots because I swallowed a penny. Do not swallow a penny. Do not chew on it. Do not... I know! Wow, it's almost like you like the color blue. I recently went through and redid some of the clips from 7 Days to Die, and I laughed. Yeah, totally unbiased. Look at that. Don't call him Twunk! You can't just call people Twunk! All right, chat, we got to get back to this. So, what do we need to do? We have a couple of different divots that we have to do. So we have some triangles here, and we have some triangles here. Fine thunk then, okay. We have triangles here that we have to do, and we have one here. So let's do that first before I forget, and then I have to hand sew it again in the middle. So chat, these are going to be the wings, and these are going to attach here and here. So we're going to have a full blueberry bat, and he's going to look like this. Doesn't that look cool, chat? I like the blueberries. Okay, so let's put all of these together first and make sure we get that done. Let me put away this guy because we won't need him for a while. We'll pull this closer. So let's go ahead and pin. We'll do the body first. So this is the front. This is the same exact fabric and the same exact piece size that we would have done for Chat Bat, but a little smaller. So let's see, chat. So I'm going to put 2 pins, one at either end. So I know exactly where it is I need to start sewing and where it is I need to sew to. There we go. It might be easier this way. Let's see, chat. It's been a while, but we're back to machine sewing for pretty much the rest of this. It's just the head that I enjoy doing the hand stitching for, because at that sort of size, it's just a little small. And it'll get eaten by the machine. It'll get stuck in what Mika was talking about earlier, which is called the feed dogs. That's that little bit at the bottom. So sometimes if there isn't enough fabric, it'll actually fall into the machine, and then it won't actually sew. So let's take out that pin. And then we'll go all the way down. A sewing camera. If I was able to get another USB extender, I think that would work. But then you guys would probably see me. There we go. And I don't think you guys want to see me. Guys, I'm sorry. We talked about this. I don't actually look like a frog. And then we'll trim that. And chat, now we got the belly. See the pins snap. I don't snap that many pins, okay? I don't know where this whole narrative started. The only time that we've destroyed stuff on camera was when we made Kong. Okay? It's all Kong's fault. Chat, Kong destroyed 2 needles, a pin, and I broke one of my nails. And I wasted a whole bunch of thread. The hog only destroyed 1 pin. Kong was the terrible one. Kong was a fucking menace. Oh yeah, and he broke my scissors! I had to get... No, chat. I had to get a new pair of scissors to replace the scissors that he broke. I had this exact same pair, but stronger and plastic and blue. I had to go get a brand new pair of scissors because Kong destroyed my scissors. Chetty broke my scissors. I'm so mad about this still. Chat, he broke my scissors. I'm surprised you guys remember all of this. Kong was a menace. Do not make donkey plushes. Alright, so now, this is gonna seem really weird. Chat, we're gonna make the butt. When we make the butt, it's actually a couple of darts that all go together and it makes a Y formation, is what it does. I don't think that's gonna go together. Shoot, do I have to hand sew this? No. I'm going to do this. So we're going to put this little bit together first. We're going to start from here and end up here. So here's spot number 1. She's spawning music. Where are you? Are you in shower thoughts? Are you in the... Oh, I messed it up, chat. Oh, I missed. Chat, I might have to hand sew this. Alright, let's get out our trusty seam ripper. You're about to eat, so it's making you very introspective, is what you're saying? Hold on, chat. I fucked up. I should have hand sewn this. I should have listened to myself. Alright, so far the casualty today in this bat is we have to waste some thread. So as you can see, I know it's very hard to see. Here's the line where I was supposed to sew. Here's where I actually sewed. We don't want that, because all of this is pretty well calculated to be able to match up each way. So you don't want that to happen. So unfortunately, I do have to redo it. Let's see if I could pull all of this through. I'm also doing blue on blue, so it's hard to pull the thread too. Let me see if I can. Damn it. Damn it, chat. Damn it. I think I'm gonna hand sew this. I probably could have done a different color, but I think I kind of like the blue. Because then we're also gonna take this same color and do this for the wings as well. It's okay, chat. We're still pretty much on schedule. We should be able to finish this guy today. There's a little bit of thread left here. There we go. Your cat ate your watch? Does that mean he's watching the time for you now? Guys, I could do just as much psychic damage. It was time consuming. Okay. There we go. Alright, that's better. Alright, back to square one. Let's hand sew this. What's also really nice is, depending on how I do this, I should actually be able to do all 3 of these darts with the same thread and not have to change it out. So you may be wondering what I'm doing. Chat, we have to make the butt. When you going to stream you seeing the leather clothing? What? Sewing leather clothing? I'd have to go get my other machine. I don't have any leather clothing that I need to make right now. But chat, we're gonna sew up this side. That's what I was trying to sew. Then we sew up this side, and then it follows all the way up, and it makes this Y, and it makes a butt. We're literally making a butt, is what we're doing. So that's what we're trying to accomplish right now. Grinkling! What the fuck is a grinkling? But have a good night, Ham. What the hell is a grinkling? What is this brain rot shit? I'm too old for this brain rot. So chat, we're just gonna do this by hand. It's much easier. The leather dummy mommy. Would you shut up? I'm nobody's Tommy mommy. Stop. Absolutely not ever. But no, I do have a machine that I keep specifically to sew through leather. Because this machine, albeit very fancy, unfortunately, does not like leather. And anything similar, such as pleather or anything like that. Why is this song talking? Are you done talking? Is this done talking yet? Okay. Chat, a lot of the VTuber dolls that I make actually have pleather to them. I get 4-way stretch pleather. Actually, I have some over here. Hold on. So this is 4-way stretch pleather. So I make this for all the dolls, especially for their gloves and stuff. So it not only stretches this way, but it stretches this way. So it may be annoying to sew with, but it's very easy to put on dolls. So this is the most that this sewing machine will go through. Otherwise, anything heavier duty, it'll eat. It'll eat and it'll get stuck in the bobbin area. So I have to keep my cheapo $80 brother that I bought when I was 15 years old. Just to sew through leather. It was such a cheap machine. And it's the only thing that could do it. I don't know how I managed this in my life, chat. But I have. So I do have several machines, so I've actually technically got 4, but 3 are out all the time. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't sew leather that much. Despite what Luna thinks, I don't have that much leather things. Alright, so here's one part of the Y. So now we've hit this point where we're back at the middle of the Y, so I'm going to take my thread and I'm going to pull it back through to the middle. And then we're going to very carefully put these two sides together, and this should make the cross juncture of the Y itself. So let's see if I could pull this through. So we're going to go through here. So this is going to go through one bit of the fabric. We're going to find the other tip, this other end where I've drawn. And I'm going to grab it. And now, this should be able to meet up in the same spot. So they're pretty much all of these intersecting little triangles. And as long as you do them in the correct configuration of going back and forth with this running stitch, you should be able to get all of this and then make a little tiny bat butt. So we'll do the same. We'll get to the end over here. I'll knot off this little bit. This gives like a little bit of extra stability and structure. What I like doing is I'll wrap it around the edge of the thread or in the edge of the fabric itself. Just so that everything doesn't fall apart. Because we're going to do the same thing with the body. Now, I actually take little weighted pellets that, you know, people would use for things such as like weighted blankets and stuff. And so all of these bats are actually weighted. So I want to have all of this completely sewn through. Otherwise, those tiny little pellets that are probably only about the size of this pin tip, they'll actually fall through. So we don't want that to happen, especially if we're giving these out to kids at Halloween. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go back through this middle, come out this other side. And now, this entire edge from here to here, we're going to go ahead and sew that down. This is going to be the stem of the Y. See, chat? That really wasn't that bad, was it? You could machine sew it. You could machine sew it. But I think a lot of it was not going to go through here anyway. Especially if we had problems just stitching one of the sides of the 3. And then we're going to do the same where we go back along the alternating sides of the stitches so that it's stitched on both sides so that we make sure that all of the pellets won't fall through. And then we'll have a bat butt. And then we could sew the body, we can sew the feet, attach those, sew up the wings, and be done. It's not that bad, right, chat? These guys are fairly fast. It's just getting the time to do these for me. There's so many other projects I need to do. So, chat, if you're wondering about my process, so after Cap'n's 3 are done, I will be making, Rin has a couple, and then I'm going to talk to some other people, I have some more bats that I have to make specifically for some certain people. So I have to finish those. And then I have some friends of mine that are also going to need some wedding presents. And then my sewing list will finally be cleared. My goal is to have that all done this year. Chat, I'm very popular. Alright, and then we're going to end up back here at this same juncture of the Y. And we're going to make a knot. So let's pull this through. And if you've never seen my knots before, because I know Luna's asked a couple of times. So you're going to pull this through as if you're making a stitch. Okay. You're going to go back through that loop that you created. Okay. And you pull it. And that knots your thread. Without you having to create an actual knot. So I'll show you again. We're going to go through as if we're making a stitch. Here's your big loop. You're going to go through that loop with your needle and then pull. And now you've knotted your thread. I'm not sending you a 2-meter long donkey. I'm not making a 2-meter long donkey. However, I do have a pattern from Makeshift, or Shifty, is what we always called her, who has a 2-meter long dragon pattern. So I'm kind of excited to make this at some point. I would like to make a giant dragon. I don't know where it's going. I haven't figured that out yet. I have to figure that out first before I make it. But chat, we made a butt! Chat, we made the butt. So we did one side first, did the other side, and then connected the long piece. So that's what we do. So now, that's going to go over here. We're going to put this to the side. So, we need to attach the 2 wings to the front. So it's going to look something like this, chat. Although I think that's upside down. Oh, is this 2 left wings? Oh my god, wait. Chat, I grabbed the wrong wing. Hold on. Chat, I have 2 right wings and 2 left wings. Hold on. So it should be like this. Alright, chat, I fucked that up a little bit. Put louder? I don't know. Alright, that's better. I had a feeling that was a little funky. But so it's gonna look something like this. Yeah, that is the bottom. So chat, this will be our blueberry bat. So we're gonna sew this part to the wing, and this part to the wing. Then we have to make the feet and attach them here, and then all of that gets attached to what is the back. So we're gonna make our lives a little easier. I'm gonna trim some of this excess. Vomit green with poop brown? Why? Although I have made a green and a blue bat before. I had a child that I was working with in the office. In the mental health place that I was working at. And he really liked my bats. So I told him one of his goals was that he had to go back to school. Because he was having issues with going to school. So I told him, I said, if you can reach this goal, I said, I'll make you a bat. And so he said he wanted a blue and green bat. So I made him a blue and green bat, and it went with him to school. And he really liked his bat. And he went around and he showed it to every single counselor. And everyone talked about how much they liked his bat and all the colors that he picked. I also made cookie bats, if you guys didn't see. And so, whenever I saw him, I'd ask him, I was like, well, what kind of cookies do you think I should make? And so I would order that fabric, exactly how he said, and then I would make him. And then his counselor would actually show him. He was a very good kid. And as far as I know, he's still going to school. So there you go, chat. Just bribe children with bats to go to school. No, he worked very hard. So chat, let's see if we could pin this to this. So this little bit here, this line on the side is going to attach over here. So I trimmed this so that it's easier because we have two opposing curves. It's going to be very hard to sew this, so it's actually going to be easier because one goes this way, one goes this way. That if we trim it, instead when I go to have that match, as you can see, it pops. So let's go ahead and put this here. So let's do the two edges first on opposite sides so we make sure that this is going to meet up in the middle. Most people will end up pinning down the entire way, but because this is two sides of a curve, I like doing it like this so it'll actually match up. So I'm going to pull this as if it's following this curve, so I know exactly where it is that this pin needs to go. Oh no, or it's going to pop. There we go. So now that should match on the other side. So now we'll do the same. We're going to find the middle. I'm going to pull it up. And now we are going to sew through these pins. This is what Ham was talking about. We do break these frequently enough. But I did just buy more. So we got more to waste. But this is actually going to keep this all the way down. So we know exactly where we're sewing is where it needs to correctly be sewn. Otherwise, this will move. A lot of people, if they're better than me, will end up skipping this part. And not pin it. I pin myself to it. Hold on. Chat, as you can see, I just pinned myself to the project. I'm not very good. I'm not very good at all. Oh boy, am I not good. So let's do the same over here in this middle. And then we should have all of this sewn down in the correct configuration that when we open this up, it should follow like this. So that's why we did the two different curves, because this is going to create like this. It's just when you put it together like this, as you can see, it is popping. That's why we made all those little cuts. It's hard to do because it's two different curves going together. So if you ever need to sew, they're called opposing curves. Make sure you trim at least one of them so that they'll match together. It's easier to do the wings on here, which is in the instructions, because this is hypothetically what side is going to be meeting the bottom of your sewing machine. Whereas this top bit should be hitting the top of your sewing machine, so you want it to follow this bottom bit. All right, chat, let's get sewing. So this is the first side. All right, let's see. Is Vibe sewing? See, I don't use ChatGPT. I'm not a fan of a lot of AI stuff, and I don't like the things that it does for the environment. Other forms of AI I'm okay with, but I don't like the fact that it's destroying some of our natural resources and using more electricity and water than everything else that it is that we're doing. So while that may be a smart idea, I think we've got plenty of content. Just making bats. I think we've got plenty with making bats. Oh, chat. Now my little tiny little bit at the end over here, it won't go back together. It's fallen out again, and I don't know why. Is this just too thin? It's a very thin fabric. It's a very thin cotton. As you can see, it's already falling apart. So I'm going to be very careful when sewing this to make sure that it actually stays together. All right, chat. This should be better. We're going to sew up here on the top, like I said, because this is actually going to move a little bit better. All right, so here's the edge. I'm going to have to probably pull out these pins as we go, because they do have a tendency to get stuck. So come here, penguin. I'm sorry, buddy. He was having a nice little nap. The cat is still snoozing in his spot, chat. What's called code vibing? Is that with coding? Is it? I don't know what would be vibe sewing then. It might be just making random things. Alright, so halfway through, because we're doing a curve, I'm actually going to move this piece up. Because what'll happen is, because we're following this, it'll actually end up sewing down parts that I don't want it to sew. So I do have to move this every so often. And then same thing, because we have this bump over here from that end bit. So let's see, if I shove my nail in here. There we go. This is why I keep my nails long, because sometimes I could use them in the machine and not have my fingers get too close. But there we go, chat. So now that should be completely sewn down. Oh, he rearranged. Oh, chat, he's fallen asleep. What a good little cat. He's gonna be so warm and sunny. And there we go. We have a wing. Now we gotta do the other side and trim all of this. Then we can make feet. So here's all of this extra that we don't need. So I trim all of this. I know some people don't. I trim it all because it's actually easier to manipulate when you go to sew later. Because otherwise you just have too much bulk. No, there's no donkeys. Yes, we're getting feet. I know it's not Arch March anymore. But we're gonna get some feet. Do I have to go get Kong? Here, hold on. You guys requested him earlier. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta not roll over any cords. Oh my god, I rolled over a cord. You know what? That cord can stay there. Hold on, chat. He's recharging. He likes charging up in the window. Because if you didn't know, cats will actually sit there, and what happens is the vitamin D will actually force them to get more oils in their skin, and they lick it off, and they get additional vitamin D from it. Cats are weird. So he recharges, is what I say. Oh my god, one paw is sticking out. Cat, what are you doing? How is that comfortable? What are you doing? He gave me a death glare. I don't think he'd like that. Yeah, this is a good opportunity to stretch. Here you go, chat. Here's Kong. Are you happy? Are you happy? He still exists. Hi, cat! Hi! Hi, buddy! I blinked at him, I think he's going back to sleep. Yeah, that's why they will sit anywhere there's a sunbeam. I can't keep him here. He's in the way. I can't. Unfortunately, I cannot. I'm sorry, Kong. How are you covered in stuff? I'll put him over here next to my water. So when somebody next asks about Kong, I'll pull him back out. Maybe I'm in his way. You know what? Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Alright, let's see if I can do this. And then do this. Alright, that's a little better. So there you go. There's Kong. You're welcome. There's the donkey. Alright, I rolled over the cord, but it seems like it's fine. Chat, if I suddenly lose you guys, let me know. But I think we should be okay. Alright, chat. Other side of the wing. We'll attach that. We'll make the feet. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pin the top and the bottom. We're going to make tiny bat feet. I am not streaming feet pics. Do not say that. Twitch will come in here and will shut me down. It is not Arch March anymore. Okay, there's no feet. Not that we ever did feet before. No feet. Alright, so here we go. Here's this. Now we're going to pull this up, and we're going to do the middle again. So we can better space this out correctly. Oh, I'm doing this on the wrong side. We gotta do this on this side. I do this every time, chat. So where's the middle? Here's the middle. So we're gonna very carefully unpin this. We're gonna put this on the other side. Only Stubbs, Christ. You ever take a hot bath and feel your body more tired after? Yes. Because now you're more aware because everything's hot and warm. And you've relaxed your muscles. That's why you're actually supposed to take cold baths. That's why most athletes will take a cold ice bath afterwards. So that they're not tired and achy the next day. So there you go. There's your fun fact. Alright, so we're gonna put this back where I just had it. I can't believe I did that, chat. I do this all the time. Okay, so now we got these extra spots. Merely assisting in bed. How many donuts did you make, Minecraft? How many donuts did you have to make? Man, I kind of want donuts. See, the problem is every time I talk to you guys, there's different foods that then I just go, man, I want this food. And then Critter is wonderful, and he went shopping yesterday and got me Doritos. And I was like, God damn it, now I gotta eat these Doritos. I wanted these Doritos, but I shouldn't eat all these Doritos, but now I'm gonna eat all these Doritos. So chat, for 2 days I've been eating Doritos. No pizza. We ended up having frozen pizza. Also, chat, Mousy is live with Urban Disillusion Center. If you guys are looking for somebody else to watch. Yeah, I don't know why you keep having sushi for breakfast, but there we go, chat. So now this is all pinned, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to sew this down. So let me pull my foot out. I had frozen pizza. I wouldn't really call that pizza. But yes, we did have frozen pizza. It's been up since 1 a.m. I know. Chat, I think the little piece shot somewhere over here because I just found a bit of the plastic. I don't know where it is. Alright, so chat, let's start. You know what? Down here might be easier. Now the other wing is in the way. Alright, so let's pop this in. Let's go ahead and knot this, so we'll go back and forth. We're going to very carefully pull out the pin underneath because it seems to be stuck. So it doesn't want to move. So come back, Penguin, just in case more gets stuck. So now this should go down here. Okay, we're still good. I don't have to rearrange the bat fabric yet. So we're gonna go all the way down, following the pins. This is why I pin on the line as well, so I could see not only the line that I've drawn, but also where the pins stick out, so I know that I'm following the correct area. And here's the end. And we'll go backwards and knot it. And there we go, chat. Double wings. So now we'll trim this, trim the excess. Wings! Look at that! So now we're going to make the feet, and we're going to attach them down here, and then when we sandwich all this together, the feet will already be attached, and the wings will be attached. Chat! Progress! Alright, feet time. Chat, I can finish this bat in about an hour. So, I have cut out already the little feet. Now, you may notice that I drew on this side. I did not draw on this side. That's because we only have to follow the one side. My mic is not off. Shut the fuck up. I will ban you, Minecraft. As difficult as it is for me to do right now, I will still ban you. Critter, you want to purge Minecraft? Do you want to have the honors of purging? Do you even know how to purge? Can we get a Q story? A story about what? I've been giving you guys plenty of stories. Alright, never mind. Critter doesn't know how to purge. Minecraft, you're safe. This piece might be a little difficult. Let me see if I can find the other foot piece. This one's probably better if I hand sewed this one. Shoot. Nope, that's a different piece. Got any stories? What story? What story about me? I could tell the story, you just gotta tell me what the stories are. Here we go. That's better. I'm trying to think of what story Critter's talking about. Oh no. So chat, we're gonna put together this foot. So we're gonna very carefully put this up here. I already told the story about when my brother bought a snowmobile and it didn't have a kill switch on it. And so it just had to run for 12 hours. What other story do you want? What's another story? I should start writing these down. This is why I got rid of the redeem. Because I can't think of stories on the fly. I just naturally tell the stories. And then we just end up with tons of random stories about Q. Of strange things that I've done in my life. To be fair, I've done a lot of strange things. I've done an awful lot of strange things. Something stupid I've done? You mean everything that I've ever done in my life? That doesn't narrow it down, Minecraft. That does not narrow it down. Like burning a pot? I mean, I already did that. There was that time that I tried to make bread and I overstuffed it with goat cheese. Because it was a caramelized onion and goat cheese bread. But I put too much goat cheese so it was still raw in the middle. It was pretty good though. We just had to eat around the raw bits, but it was very tasty. So I made a caramelized onion and goat cheese bread. It was very tasty. I caramelized the onions. And I went, I really like goat cheese, so I really want to put more goat cheese than it recommends. So I made this entire plated bread. You know, where it's got like the braids and everything, and it was very pretty. And I think we had it in for like 3 hours. And it didn't cook. It didn't cook in the middle because it was too wet. Because goat cheese has too much water. So we ate it anyway, because it was very expensive, but it was pretty good. So one day I'm going to make it again. Without it being raw. I made a caramelized onion goat cheese bread. It's literally it. I made a bread. And I made caramelized onion. And I put it on the bread. I put it down the middle. Okay? Are you with me so far? I put it down the middle. And then I added goat cheese. And I put that on top, and I smeared it all the way down. But I wanted to put more. Yeah, it was stuffed. So I wanted to put more. So I put extra goat cheese. And then I put the plate on top with, like, all the extra dough. And it did not cook. Oh boy, did it not cook. I also did that once when some friends were over. I made some lemon bread for a breakfast. No, it was cooked into the bread. I made dough. I made bread dough. I added caramelized onion and goat cheese. And I wrapped it in, and it didn't cook. So it was just raw dough with some goat cheese in the middle. And so we scraped out the onion and the goat cheese and ate the onion and the goat cheese. And all the bits at the end were all cooked, though, so at least we had some bread. Alright, I think we have 1 foot. Why didn't you just hollow it out and cook it? Because that's not how you do it. Because then you're going to overcook the bread. So you want to make it at the same time. Chad, I think we're good. No. Are we? Yeah, no, I think we're good. Chat, we got a foot. Chat, we got a foot. We got a tiny foot. We got a very tiny foot. How much you bake in a bakery? I was gonna say, you'll work in a bakery. You make donuts. You know how this is. It's like sometimes when you make fancy donuts and you take the dough and you add fillings to it and then you fry it after. It's kind of like that. Then it's like it's a flavored donut, but it's not a jelly-filled donut. Which in and of itself is also a flavored donut. But instead you're flavoring the dough itself. You fry them, I do nothing else. Okay, well there you go. I did one time try to make a cake for my mom. And I found a recipe on how to make the cake from Portal. And I was like, this is a good opportunity for me to do something fun. And I didn't know my mom's oven was broken. So I tried making it while she was gone. And I had this cake in the oven for about 6 hours. 6 hours and it didn't bake. It just didn't do anything. Apparently it was broken and I didn't know. So she came home and she's like, yeah, we don't use the oven. I'm like, what do you mean you don't use the oven? I was like, who just doesn't use an oven? Apparently they were using a toaster oven. And I was like, I'm not making a cake in a toaster oven. You literally just get boxes with the donuts. Oh, like the dough. Got it. Got it. That makes sense. All right, so chat, we're going to pull up the hemostats all the way back over here. We're going to take this tiny foot. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to lock it. And I'm not going to drop it. And we're going to fold this so that just like the head, we're going to turn it inside out. It's like how Domino's gets all of their dough delivered as well. Because when I used to go into work, we would drive past one of the Domino's places at 6 in the morning, and we would just see them just carting off trolleys and trolleys of dough. Oh, chat, I think it fell off. Hold on. Let me see if I could push it through. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sometimes it's finicky. It is kind of surgery. So we're going to pop out. There's 3 little toes on each foot. So we're going to very carefully, with the hemostats, nudge them out. So here's one. Let's try and get the other one. All right. And now we could pop out this one. Here in the middle. There we go. Chat, we got a tiny foot. Very, very tiny foot. There we go. Chat, tiny foot. Can we have Kong? We already had Kong, but okay. Here's Kong. He's here. He didn't go anywhere. He's still here. He's now covered in blue. But he's here. Our god. Oh my god, stop. Here's Kong. You're very welcome. He still exists. Just like I said. He graced us with his presence. Christ almighty. Chat, if you didn't see, when we fundraise a new chair, I'll make another one. And I'll sponsor sending him out to some lucky person in our chat. Or, if they don't feel comfortable with me having their address, that one will stay with me. And then we will have 2 donkeys. And one will be that person's. Who is it? I don't know. Alright, I'm not putting away the seam ripper just in case. Because, or I could keep it. Yeah, exactly. Depends on who it is that wins it. They could either note that I keep it, and then it's theirs, but I have it, and we show it off on stream, or I send it to them. It'd be up to them. Alright, we're gonna very carefully go around here again. But chat, that is an all-the-time goal. If we end up hitting that anytime soon, great. If we don't, that's okay too. Alright, and then I'm gonna pivot it this way. We're gonna go down the other toe. Alright. Chat, we're halfway through this foot, and then we're gonna attach it, and then we can put the whole thing together. Like I said, chat, I know we were gonna finish this whole guide today. I am gonna have to go get the poly pellets, though, is what they're called. They're little plastic guys that are weighted. You can also get, they make special beans and stuff. And then what you could do is they're actually absorbers, and you could actually put smells in them. So like different scents and stuff. Different scent oils. I'm allergic to a lot of those, so I don't do it. And I love the person that makes this pattern, Brittany. Unfortunately, I can't have a lot of her plushes because she does scent a lot of them. She doesn't scent all of them, but she scents a lot of them. So when I bought Banana Bat, it was actually long enough that a lot of the banana scent had already disappeared. Thankfully. So it wasn't as strong, and now he's just been airing out. So I just can't touch him very frequently. Alright, let's see. Oh my god, I can't clear this out, chat. There we go. Chat, we have a tiny foot. We have 2 of them. So now we gotta do the same thing, and we gotta try and flip this one inside out. And I'm trying to get into the grooves of the little toes as much as possible, because it is gonna make it a little bit easier when flipping this inside out, and it's gonna look better. Alright, foot number 2. So let's try this again. So I'm going to lock, holding 2 of the toes. And we're going to try and flip this again. Oh my god. I'd also like to point out that there is blue minky in my hair. There is blue everywhere. It's in my hair. It's all over me. It's all over my work spot. Capit's plushes are going to be covered in blue because I'm still working on them. Oh my god, I can't get this. Hold on. I wonder if I... Hold on, I have pliers. It's because I sewed the original line too far down. Ow! I pinched my finger. Ow! It closed on my finger. Alright. Let's see if I do this. No, I don't think that's gonna work either. I really got my finger. Ah! I scraped it. Hi, Simon. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. We're making a bat. Welcome to Bat Week. Is one of my mods there that could do a shout out? Chad, if you aren't already, you should go and drop a follow for Simon. I appreciate you dropping everybody off. How was your stream? Was it fun? You missed it. I literally just closed some needle nose pliers on my finger. So this is a good job. So there you go, Minecraft. There's a story of the time I did something stupid. I had to say hi to some raiders while nursing a little thing. Decided to play the first BioShock? Oh my god. Many years ago when I was a Facecam streamer, I absolutely played BioShock. I finished number 1 and number 2. We never played number 3 though, but we did finish number 1 and number 2. So what's that? All of you guys have to go, and you guys have to watch Simon play through BioShock and suffer. Oh no. But welcome in. We're making a bat. If any of you guys gotta go, because I know Simon streams a lot longer than I do, and much earlier in the mornings, feel free to go, but we're almost done making a bat. If you've never seen, I make these little stuffed plush bats, and this is Bat Week, because on the 17th is International Bat Day. So I thought this would be fun. So we're making a blueberry-themed bat. So here you can see the head. He's got a little blueberry fabric. And we gave him gold eyes. Hi, Sharp. It is Bat Week. Evolved to have spikes on their backs. What made them evolve to have spikes? That's a good question. It's the same thing with the fucking, the Khajiit that have barbed penises, remember? Why do they have barbed penises? We don't know. They just do. They don't need to, but they do. Raiders, if you don't know who I am, I'm a little deranged, I'm sorry. We played Daggerfall a couple of months back. Almost a year now. And one of the stories is about a Khajiit. And it was an interesting time. Would not recommend. But also would recommend because it's free. You can actually grab Daggerfall right now. For free. On Steam. And go and get the Unity upgrade. So you can play Daggerfall Unity. Would recommend. It was a ton of fun. So here we go. We made 2 feet. We're not talking about Kong. We are slightly deranged. We're slightly deranged here. This is normal. So chat. Now, if you haven't seen, here's our body. So we have 2 wings. We have the little belly in the front. We're gonna attach these feet here. My kind of channel. Daggerfall was an opportunity of strangeness. Oh, I'm actually gonna have a bruise. I really pinched it, chat. I really pinched my thumb. You can see it. There's a little mark. It's actually bleeding under the skin. This sucks. This sucks. Man, forget you. Get out of here. Man, I can't believe I did that. Alright, chat. This one has drawn blood. Not only has Kong broken a nail, but this one has drawn blood. This happens all the time, chat. We're not calling this one the blood bat. We're not calling this one the blood bat. So, let's see about attaching these. So we're gonna carefully attach these. onto the body here. So I'm going to do a temporary stitch by hand. Because then I can actually move this a little better. This is just so as I'm sewing, chat, I'm going to be able to actually sew the feet into the seam. What is going on? You hit your nail with a... Oh no, with a hammer. I smashed my toe most recently while I was painting. Chat, if you're squeamish... No. The bat is fulfilling his murder quota today. It's not me. If you're squeamish, go ahead and mute for a second. I smashed my toe into the artist easel that I was using, that I was painting with, the wood. And someone is calling me. Who are you? Chat, we're just gonna have to ignore that. I don't know who that is. Hi, Sin. We're making plushies. But go ahead and mute if you're squeamish. I slammed my toe into the artist easel and I ripped off a huge chunk of my toenail. And I didn't realize, and I was like, what the hell is this weird, like, feeling sensation that's in my sock? And I ripped the entire little tiny pinky toe nail off. And I only realized it because I'm losing a lot of the sensation in my feet. When I felt the nail brushing up to my foot. So, go figure. So, it's doing better now. We put some medication on it. So, chat, don't slam your toenails into an artist easel, apparently. That was special. That was a stupid. So there you go, Minecraft. Alright, so now we have temporarily, while I relive traumatics, we have temporarily basted these feet on. So when I go to put these two pieces together, the feet will already be here. So what I'm going to do to hold this down, because otherwise this is going to get too far over, I'm going to put a pin here and shove it through so that the feet stay in place. So that I know this is going to get sewn. Oh, Luna, no. Ugh. No. I'm already going to the doctor about my feet all the time. And about my nails. I'm not doing another one. Alright, so chat, now, because this is done, we can actually attach this bit over here. So we're going to very carefully pin, and we're going to make sure that these divots here at the bottoms of the wings are going to match up. These divots here are going to match up. These divots here match up, and this middle part that we sewed, the little Y, the butt, is going to match up in between to this as well. So chat, we're going to pin everything, and then we could sew this through, and then we flip it inside out. We do a couple of extra little, like, top stitches, and then we're done. Isn't that great, chat? We could finish a whole bat today. So we're going to make sure that all of these pins first match up to all of these top points. So there's a couple of right angles, as you can see. So it's going to give the appearance of the wings. So when it comes out, it's going to be like this. So we're going to have these curves that you would naturally from the wings folding and unfolding. Ow. See, I could also just put a pin under my fingernail, too. I do that. Alright. I'm gonna have to be very careful going along this side. I don't want the big giant pin. Penguin, can I move this? Can I put this back in the top of your head? I have these giant corsage pins. Oh, I just dropped my needle. Oh, no. Oh, no. Chat, I dropped my needle. a good goal is to finish Dark Souls, I will not do Dark Souls. I watch other people play Dark Souls, and there are plenty of people that play Dark Souls, but I'm not doing it. I already know that that will be a slog fest, and I will not enjoy it, and you all will not enjoy it. So no. Yes, but no. But for charity, no. We can find other things for charity. Such as Morrowind. I think that's treacherous enough. Actually, the Nuzlocke was not for charity. The Nuzlocke was a sub-goal. There we go. So see, chat, I'm going to have to be very careful because this line is actually really close to the edge. So I might have to go over this part a couple of spots. Not a lot of people actually enjoyed the Nuzlocke. Some people actually reached out to me and said they did not like it and did not do another one. I also had a couple of, did I move the camera? Oh, shoot. Sorry. That was my foot. There we go. Oh, I ran over the cord. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Go. That's better. Is that better? That's better. That's better, chat. That's much better. But no, some people said they didn't like Hades. Some people said that they didn't like such and such. You know. So I do appreciate... It's over 9,000. No, so... We've talked about this before. I need to try and make, I think, a camera stand, potentially, for this. I don't know how. I may have to hit up Pura and be like, hey, yo, can I give you the dimensions? And then you make me a stand and I pay you. And then 3D print one. Because I'm not very good at making 3D modeling objects, especially in Blender. To actually import those and export those is things that you could do in a 3D printer. But that's a future thing. But no, I had to tape the camera to my trash can again. So that it was higher. Because the box works, but the problem is the box wobbles. This does not. This is actually a better set. Make it Fusion 360? I don't know how to use that program. I'd have to learn. And at that point, with the amount of stuff that I have to do, I might as well pay somebody to do it and save me the time of learning until I have the opportunity to actually learn how to do it. Chat, pay your artists, damn it. This is the same thing. Pay your artists who learn how to do these things that you're unable to do at the time. Pay your artists and pay them well. Not only are you paying for the time that they are spending making said thing, you are paying... Okay, 100 subs. Yeah, everyone go give Pyrrha 100 subs. Pay them well, because they had to learn how to use these programs as well. They had to learn the skill, they had to learn the craft. So while I'm not paying with exposure, that is my favorite story that Snooze always tells. Is Snooze will always hit people up. You guys could steal this joke too if you want. Snooze will hit people up and I'll be like, hey, can you do this for me? And he's like, listen, I don't have enough clout, so I can't really pay you in exposure. Can I pay you in money? Is that okay? It always makes me laugh. I don't know why it does, but it makes me laugh a lot. It's just such a good joke. Snooze is the best. Because his friend Oki, who did all of his music, is one of the sound designers for Turnip Boy. So he's got some fancy music. It's pretty good. I like it. So he told that story when they were playing Turnip Boy robs a bank on stream together. He's like, I always think of that and I always laugh. Chet, if you also didn't see, if you go over to Snooze's YouTube, he did a GeoGuessr tournament with some of our friends, including Lacuna and False and all of them. And I believe Rika as well. And it was great. It was Snooze's world tour, and is everywhere that Snooze had been stationed when he was in the British military. And then he had one that was just office buildings, one that was just ice, and it was just various parts of like Antarctica and snow-covered areas. Because he's a piece of shit. So it's just random office buildings in like India and stuff. It's pretty great. Would recommend. It was a funny, funny time. And I said one of the tournament prizes should have been a premium account to GeoGuessr. And everyone got mad at me for saying so. Chat, do not give out premium accounts for GeoGuessr when they already had to buy GeoGuessr. It was pretty great. I also realized I'm pinning this the wrong way again. Oops. I guess we're gonna sew the other way because I'm not redoing this, chat. There is gonna be some parts, as you could see, especially over here, that I really cut the grain very closely. So I am unfortunately gonna have to go over in a couple of spots, but it's also gonna reinforce this whole guy too. Hi, Strong Beef. Welcome home. I think there's a piece of Minky up my nose. Hold on. Chat, there's Minky and fabric everywhere. You found a chair that you want? Oh my god, I want a new chair. I found IKEA has a really nice looking 1.5 seat chair, and I kind of want it for my office. The unfortunate part is the place where I want to put it has a vent, and I don't think... I think that the way that it's positioned, I think, unfortunately, I think it's going to go through the vent, and it's going to break the vent. Because I used to do this with my bed in my childhood, was I would put it over the grate, because then I could put it up against my wall. Because the people who made my house in 1995... So 50... Oh yeah, 200 bucks off? That is pretty good. They fixed my house in 1995, and they added HVAC, and they put in my room. I didn't have a room up until that point. I had a big area that's technically supposed to be a dining room. So when my brother came around, my family, they added 2 rooms at the front of the house. So when they put in the HVAC system where the vent would be, for some reason they decided it would be smart to put it under the window. So it was just in the middle of the entire room. They did not do a very good job with the house. They were awful. They cut so very many corners. But they put it under the window, so if I would move my bed, it was positioned exactly to where the wheels would be on my bed. Because I had a metal frame. So I would move my bed over, and if I was on certain parts of my bed, the entire thing would just suddenly ka-thunk, and it would, you know how it's got like the grates? The wheel would go through the grates, and it actually bent several of them, so it would fall into the HVAC. So I would have to crawl under there, and I'd have to physically pull out the wheel of my bed and move it slightly to the left so it wouldn't fall. Chat would not recommend. It was not great. Alright, this piece is not staying, so I wonder if I could just do this. Alright, chat, we got pinning. So let's go ahead and see if we could pop this in. So we're going to start from one of these bits up here at the top. And we're going to wrap all the way around. I do want to put an extra pin over here, because it's kind of rough going through this little bit at the bottom, because it's a very bulky area. Because not only do we have the feet there, but we have the actual body as well. And we have all these extra seams too. So let's see if we can get through here and not miss. So chat, let's get sewing. Alright, there's some minky on my nose and I can't get rid of it. I am covered. I'm covered in blue. I'm gonna have to go to my meeting here in an hour and a half, and I'm gonna have to explain that I am covered in fabric from you guys. So thank you. Chat, this is entirely all of your guys' fault. This is what we get for celebrating Bat Week. Chat, my doctor's gonna be like, why are you blue? Why are you covered in blue? I am covered in blue, chat. You can see. It's all over me because I'm wearing all black. So imagine this, but everywhere. Those anti-bee hats. Because then I'm going to knock into my microphone because my microphone is literally right here so you guys can hear me. I want to say it's probably like 2 or 3 inches from my face. So no, I can't wear hats. Otherwise, I will just run into you guys. And I don't think you guys will appreciate hearing just a ka-thunk, ka-thunk, ka-thunk where I keep just knocking into you. Alright, can I put this underneath in such a way? There we go. So I'm actually going to go over this opening part a couple of times. The reason for that is this is where we're going to be stuffing through as well. Hi again, Cap'n. Thank you. Everybody drink water. And stretch. See, this was good timing. Cap'n, I swear I am working on you. I swear I'm working on the project. I am. Now you can physically see it. One of the other ones just needs some detail. And then also the hair. And then the other one needs all the clothing from the ground up. But the body is made. I fought off a Smurf. I'm not gonna say that I fought off a Smurf. My doctor already thinks that I'm kind of weird. My doctor already is like, so how goes streaming? And I'm like, good. I don't know if he's found my streams yet. He's asked. You mean kind of? Sometimes I have to be remotely normal with people, okay? Sometimes I gotta tone it back a little bit and not be as weird, okay? It's not all the time. Alright, so I might have to remove this pin because I think it's stuck. Oh, there we go, chat. I managed to sneak that out. I think it's stuck. Oh, it is. Oh, is this that thin bit? No, this is a different bit. Okay. Chat, it kind of screwed up a little bit. So, let me see if I could push this a little closer again. Let's see if I could go this way. Okay, maybe. Let's see if we can line up with the original line. Stop. Stop! Stop it, machine. It makes an angry noise when it's upset. Alright, go forward a little bit. And meet up here. Okay. See the Smurf. I'm not fighting a Smurf. Okay, that's a little better. So now if I meet up over here, we could keep going back. So once again, we're gonna knot it. Alright, chat, we're back on. Because I didn't use the holly incense in the canticle of maintenance. Listen. My machine is very particular, okay? It likes certain things. It likes when you go slow. It does not like when you go fast. It likes certain pins, but not others, because it'll get it stuck in the tiny holes in the metal plate. It also, and very much so, enjoys getting oiled quite frequently. It does not like using the walking foot. It likes getting the fabric stuck in it. So that's normal. It does not like a lot of fabric. It does not like thick fabric. Alright, let's see, chat. I'm sorry you're gonna see me. Chat, I don't look like a frog. I don't know what you guys are gonna do about this. Alright, let's see if I can shove this through now. I do want to go over a couple of times. Because this is where the feet are. Alright, we have made it over, I think. No, it's still stuck. It also doesn't like when there's extra stray threads, because it will eat it. What else does my machine not like? It doesn't like making clothing, even though it's meant to. Think I got a big piece of my nose? I'm gonna have to go blow my nose after this. But chat, this bat's gonna look so good. You guys are gonna be so proud of me. You're gonna be like, oh, Q, you did it. And I'll be like, I know. And I'm not even keeping it. I'm gonna give it to a child in like 5 months. Right, over here. It's an Imperial Titan spirit. It is. It's actually an orc spirit. It works because we believe it works. Alright, here's the edge. Now, there's a pin stuck under here, so let's see if I could sneak this out. There we go. Oh, and this one's trying to sneak out. Alright, so this one fell out. Alright, I need to keep going over here to this edge. And there we go. So there's another tip of the wing, and then we're going to pivot, and sew the entire way up. Alright, fortunately I don't think this is stuck. No, it's actually feeding through. So up here at the top of this wing, I might actually have to sew this a couple of times too. Because I don't think this is going to hit in the correct spot. So I'm actually going to go down a little bit. So it's going to have one funky wing, but that's okay. No kid is going to be mad. This may be the last bat that's picked, but it'll still be a bat that is picked. Yeah, it's going to be hopefully one bat per day. I missed a little bit, so we'll have to go back. So there we go, chat. So here's the inside of this bat. So as you can see, over here, I missed a little. So let's go back. Did I just throw a pin at myself? Something hit me. Oh, no, it's the needle again. Get out of here. So chat, we're going to make a lot of bats this week. However, if you did not see, we are going to actually play a bat-themed game as well. So I promise it's not sewing the entire week. And we may be playing Satisfactory with Cap'n, depends on if he's available. That's true, we are going back to Frog Detective. It's actually named Sewing Machine because it was meant to be a sewing machine because the parents decided it has to be a sewing machine. So let's pull out all these pins and let's take a look and see how badly I did. So I did miss a little bit over here down at the bottom, so I'm going to have to re-sew where the feet are. It's a little easier to do the bigger ones than it is this size. So I'm not surprised I missed as much as I did. So let's go back and fix a couple of problem spots. And this core. Yeah, I know, it's all blue and covered in stuff. A bat game that you might like? Yeah, send it over. Send it over and suggested. Okay, there's that. Okay, that's good. That's good. We already fixed that part. We fixed that. We have to go back down over here. Yeah, don't post it here. Post it in the Discord. Because unfortunately, I can't give you permissions. So Nightbot will time you out. And then I can keep the link a little better. Oh, come on. It's doing that thing again where it's not meeting the bobbin. I unfortunately am going to have to take my machine in. But right now, I have too many things to do. So, sewing machine, you're going to have to work with me. Alright, that should be better. So chat, let's go ahead and trim all of this. I'm actually going to use my big scissors. Batman Arkham games. I do actually own all of them, but I think I've actually played most of them already. So it won't really be as exciting. I actually wrote a paper on Arkham City. Because it had just come out while I was still in college. So I wrote a paper on it. I actually watched a Let's Play while I was doing other homework. This spot's a little wonky, so let's fix this really quick. It doesn't have as nice of a crisp, clean edge, so... Alright, that should be better. And then I also don't own the third one, because that one actually did get removed from Steam for being a shit port. Alright, so let's keep trimming this. Let's trim all this gunky thread that we don't need. Trim off the top of this. Trim this thread and this thread. And these threads down here. So this is all extra. We don't need any of it. It's actually something you're waiting to release or buy. So I want to get Schedule 1. I also want to get Commandos. I was waiting for that to get released. I didn't realize that it was going to be as expensive as it is, so I'm going to wait until I have more in my video game budget and then go pick that up. So, that's one of the ones that I was most hyped for and waiting for, was Commandos. I'm also excited for Wayward Realms. I've already kickstarted it, though. So, whenever that comes out, God forbid, we will have a copy of that. But, as of right now, really Schedule 1. Because, chat, we know I like simulation games, and we know I like funky things. Such as drugs. Chad, I don't do drugs. My family does, but I don't. Yeah, Commandos is very expensive, so I'm gonna wait. It should not be like $45. At least, I don't think so, but I don't know. Maybe it is worth the price. But it is a very old game, and it's gonna be very niche. I'm also very excited for Nova Roma. Is it full? That'd be exciting. That'd be very exciting. I should have a key for it, so we shall be playing it. So yes, technically we are returning to Daggerfall. Alright, we can throw all this on the floor. We'll grab all of these pins. It is definitely this year. I don't know. I'm not in the Discord, so you'd have to correct me. To play Frog Detective again. No, I think Frog Detective ended. I don't think we could play it again. I try not to go through and replay any games. I do still have to play Autonauts. I have a ton of things that I have to do. Don't worry. I keep lists of everything. But I did post my wish list. So if you scroll back through and you look, everything that's on my wish list, half of those are actually games which are coming out. Alright, let's put all this away. Then we can flip the bat inside out, see what the damage is, fix anything that we need to. Sew the last 4 lines, and then be done with the bat, chat. Look at that! And it's not even 2 o'clock yet. All right, we no longer need the big scissors. Let's put you away. So chat, this is the actual size that the pattern comes in. So if you end up wanting to make a bat, this is the size that you'll get. The chat bat is actually the 150% size, I think. And then I actually took the pattern and I made it smaller. And that's what the tiny bats are for. So we will be making a tiny bat this week. Ow, ow. Okay. I might have to pull out this pin first. Hold on. So you remember how I pinned down the feet? That pin, ow, is stabbing me and is getting in the way. Ow. Ow. Alright, what if I put it... Ow. Ow. Oh, I think I fished it out. Hold on, chat. Oh! Chat, I got it! Magic. Magic, chat. I got it. Alright, so now I should be able to effectively turn this entire guy inside out. I'm going to move this back a little bit. So we're going to very carefully... I think I'm going to move out this little wing as well. Just to make it easier. So I'm going to push this through the opening. You could see it. So if I go through here, I might have to pull it. Let's see if I can grab it. Come here, buddy. All right, I got the edge of the wing. I see it. Did I make this opening too small? I might have done that. Oh, there we go. Oh, chat, we're cooking. We're cooking. Oh, there we go. Here we go, chat. Now I just got to push all this through. There's a random thread here. We don't want that. Or that. It's the edge of this cotton. It's sometimes, there we go. It'll sometimes, shed a little bit. So that's what that was. So it's not actually attached to anything. It's just the fabric slowly coming apart. Here's another one. So now I'm going to take this hemostats and I'm going to poke out all of these little edges for the wings. And it's going to make a little gentle crease as we do it. So this is where the skeleton would appear. No, I need to poke him. You don't understand. I need to. Just gotta very gently poke him. I'm gonna coax all of these threads. We gotta do the same thing over here. So this is a little tiny bit. I want to try and get as much of the actual fabric out, because otherwise it's just gonna fold in and it's gonna look very rough, as you can see like this. So if I poke it very gently, it's gonna tease it out naturally. Alright, last little bit of the wing. Very carefully, because my next lines, I'm not going to be able to poke this out anymore. So I need to make sure that I do this first. And there we go, chat. Here's the body. And the feet are attached. And you don't see the edges because those got sewn inside. So that's why we do it like that. So, what do we need to do now? It is a blueberry bat. It worked. Whoa, deja vu. We've done this before. Chat, it's a bat. So now I'm going to very carefully pin and make these as flat as possible, because we're going to create... Remember how this is all one piece? Oh no, I'm stuck. Let me go. You know how this is all one piece, chat? We're going to sew It's called Stitching in the Ditch. We're going to sew and create the belly, which is going to be separate from the wings. So the wings will be flat, and they'll be separate from the belly. So it's going to look as if this is not one piece, is what we're trying to do. But with less seams, because otherwise then you have to join up all kinds of seams, and you don't want to do that, because then you have the opportunity to mess up. Whereas this is a little easier. It's gonna appear like it's separate, but it's not. It's all one. So see? Now we're gonna do this on both sides. Then we're gonna stitch down the little top stitching to make it look like it's wings that'll actually fold, and then we're done. Chat, I don't know if you guys want me to stuff this on stream. The one piece is real. Shut up. Alright, so let's pull this over. We're gonna sneak in this line. And we're gonna go up. And then we're gonna go back down. Let me pull out these pins, because they're actually in the way of my little feed dogs. Alright, thank you, Penguin. So let's keep going all the way down. And we're going to go a little farther, and we're going to go back, and this is going to knot it, and this is going to make sure that the little beads that we put in later aren't going to fall out. Is one of my mods there that can run a poll? If you can't, don't worry about it. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Alright, we're going to do the same thing on the other side. We're going to go a little bit past the bat. We're going to follow this whole line all the way down. And once again, the pins are stuck. The problem is that the pieces which keep the fabric down as it's getting stitched will run over these pins because it's gentle of a gradation enough where they'll actually get stuck and it won't actually sew anymore. It won't be able to continue moving. So you'll just sew continuously in the same spot. So I do have to remove those periodically. Once again, it's just too bulky and the machine doesn't like it. All right, we'll go back, we'll go forward, knot it, and pull this up. And there we go, chat. So see, it creates this line on either side. So it looks as if it's two separate pieces, but it's just one piece. Once again, the one piece is not real. And then we could trim these as close to the body as possible, and there we go. So now we've got the body here, which will now match on this side. But one piece is. I think that's a different thing. So now I'm going to go through, and chat, I'll show you with a marker. So this is my erasable marker. I'm going to make a line. And we're going to create a carrot. You can vaguely see it. It's going to look better later. So this is as if it's actually a wing. So this is going to go all the way down. So this is just an air dry marker. So it's just going to periodically throughout the air, with all the moisture in the air, it's just going to make it disappear. So I don't have to worry about getting this. Can we get much higher? You mean on here? I mean, yeah, you could, but I like it where it's a little lower. Oh, see, chat, the line's already gone on the other side. It's too wet in the air. Chat, the line's gone. Chat, I literally just put this line. It's already gone. It's okay. I kind of know exactly where it should go. So let's start at the edge. I'm going to hold the tails. And what that's going to do is that's actually going to prevent some of the knotting that you see in the back sometimes. And it's gonna look better. Yeah, guys, no edging. No, this is not a Gooner stream. This is not the time for Dan Clancy to show up. Alright, so we're gonna get this all the way up towards the top. And I try and match exactly where it is on my foot so that I make sure that both sides will match. Then we'll pivot and we'll go all the way down. And then do the same thing. We're going to go back and forth. Knot this off. If I went to a convention, would you choose if I want uppies or give uppies? Ooh. I think neither. Consent is king. There were several times where my friends and I, at very underage, would just get stolen. Cosplay is not consent. One time this actually happened, actually to our friend Callie, who used to be a streamer as well. She got stolen by an Axel and just carted off. And we had to go chase after her. So there we go, chat. We got our stitching. And it shows up on the other side as well. Isn't that cool? Unfortunately, some bits of the fabric is pulling. That's what you get when you have digitally printed fabric. So that's what this little white line is, if you can kind of see it. So it's not bad or anything like that. If I really wanted to, I could take like a blue Sharpie and color it in, but I think it looks all right. No, not Callie from HoloLive. Callie. Carefree Callie. Do I still have a... I think I still have a command for her. Yeah, Callie. No, I do not know Calliope from HoloLive, unfortunately. I'm not that cool. Exactly, they just force... okay, here's a fun story. If Minecraft is still there. Minecraft, you'll appreciate this. I went to ACEN, which, if those of you are not big in the convention scene, ACEN is a very big one. It's Anime Central is what it is. So it's a very, very large one located in Chicago. It spans 3 convention buildings because it is that big, and they're all connected by bridges. It's a massive place. I think it gets almost 10,000 attendees per year. It's fairly large. A lot of people go to it, and we were there on a Thursday night, and somebody came up to us. So chat, we're gonna follow the same way and go the other way while I tell this story. So I'm gonna do the same thing and hold the tails. But it was Thursday. We would always show up early to every convention. And we decided that we were gonna go to the convention pool. But the problem was that at the time I was running the charity division of another convention. It was not for ACEN, but what we would do is I would get free tickets so that I could go to all of these different conventions and have their guests of honor sign different things that we would raffle off and give away at our charity. It was much cheaper than sending me out to Texas and tracking all these people down, so we would just go to random ones. So we went to ACEN. And so I'm standing there, and I'm trying to figure out all my charity stuff. And Callie is there in her swimsuit. And Callie, at the time, was my assistant program director. So she had to go with me to a lot of these. So we were very tired. She was still sopping wet. She's walking around in her bathing suit. Because we were literally downstairs. And apparently all of the lines were supposed to be downstairs. So me and her, we walked down there after we got all situated. And we tried finding where all of these like locations were supposed to be so that we could game plan for the next day. Because we were going to have to be up super early to hop into all of these lines. Because as you can imagine, with all of these people, unfortunately we didn't have an in with any of the people that ran the convention so that they could just get us into the green room and we could just get things signed. So we had to be like proper attendees and we had to stand. So we were trying to game plan and see where it was, who was going to stand there, what time we were going to get there, and who was signing what. Thankfully, for that entire weekend, all we had to do was stand in a couple of different lines, and then we would hop in the next one, and we would just throw things back and forth. So that then we could just get everything signed. And then I would make friends with the people next to me and ask them very kindly, hey, this is for charity. Would you mind if I trade you a badge to my convention if you would get some extra things signed for me? That was very common. We would do that a lot. And I would make friends with some of them, and then I would invite them to come and work at my booth later. So they would do that a lot. But we were down there Thursday night, and this kid comes up with a very professional-looking Nikon camera and turns to Callie and says, hey, can I get a picture of you? Now, at least the kid was kind enough to ask. But this kid was very... how to put it? He did not look like he belonged at an anime convention. How about that? He did not look like he belonged at an anime convention. No, I wouldn't even say horny. He just did not look like he belonged at an anime convention. And that's what I will say. So he came up, and he turns to Callie, and he goes, hey, can I get your picture? And she thinks about it for a while. And she's like, I don't know what to say to this one. And she goes, I'm not certain on this because I'm honestly not even in a, cosplay. I'm not in an outfit. I don't even know why you're asking me this. And he kind of stutters and he's like, well, you know, I just thought that you were gorgeous and I just wanted to get a picture of you. And she goes, no, I'm not comfortable with that. And he kind of sadly walked off. And then I turn around and two girls come up to me. And they look at me and they're like, hey, can you help us? They're like, how do I find the bathrooms over here? And I'm like, oh, well, actually, I know exactly where that is. I said, we just passed it. I said, it's, a little bit down here and then you go to the left. And I said, honestly, if you guys are ever actually, looking for other people that can assist you, I said, a lot of them are actually going to have little security badges and stuff. And I said, you can ask any of them. And they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought you worked for this convention. And I'm like, no, I work for another convention. So I could probably see how you could see that. But no, I don't work for this convention. And we looked at each other after the two girls walked off to go to the bathroom. And I was like, what the hell just happened? I was like, how do we have this juxtaposition of someone walking up to me? And I'm not even like any convention outfits. I'm in nothing. I was wearing a Black Crowes concert t-shirt. A black, the band concert, the Black Crowes. I was wearing one of their shirts. And it had a comic on there about them getting whiskey. I'm wearing that. I don't look like I work for this convention. How do they assume that I just worked for this convention? What about me says I work for this gigantic convention? Versus Callie, who's in a swimsuit that someone just goes, hey, yo, can I get a picture of you? Like, what? I guess it was my aura. I guess I give off that aura of I go to a lot of these things. I know what I'm doing. It was so bizarre. It was the most bizarre interaction that I've ever had in 5 minutes. And I've had some pretty good ones at different conventions. But at Not My Home convention, that was the most bizarre interaction that I've had. Exactly, it was just, hey, yo, I think you're pretty and I want your picture. Because you're in a swimsuit. And I was like, what in the world? Now, she did make the swimsuit, to be fair. So it did look really good and it actually matched her body and she made it exactly to, her proportions and everything. It wasn't off the rack. She went and bought, actual swimwear material and made the whole thing and lined it and everything. So it did look good. I will give him that. So that's why she was even more confused. She's like, yes, I did technically make this. No, this is not a cosplay? It was the weirdest thing that we've had. Callie and I have had some weird interactions, but that's the best one that I could talk about, because I don't think I could talk about the other one. I think I have talked about it, where another voice actor, while we were doing some more charity stuff, forced her to take a selfie with him. Oh boy, was that a mess. I don't think I named the person. I don't think I can name the person. The the things that we did for charity, and that was the theme of everything that happened. I guess, see, I would understand that if other people were dressed up on a Thursday night. No one dresses up on a Thursday night. At least back then they didn't. Now there are actually 4-day conventions where they do have Thursdays. It was technically not convention time. You could not pick up badges. You could not pick up your staff badges Thursday. So technically nobody was walking around in cosplay, at least not anywhere that I saw. So I'll preface that. Now, you gotta remember, this is back in like 2014, 2015. Yeah, this was a Thursday night. There was nobody down there. Except for like maybe 10 people in this hotel, which was so bizarre. So we were very lucky to have a hotel that was attached to the convention space in the first place. So it was just a weird thing. It was a weird, I don't know how to take this. It was a weird, what are you supposed to say? So I was like, man, this sucks. I was like, you cannot wear the swimsuit anywhere else. She's like, I guess I can't. Conventions are a weird spot. So chat, while I told that story, Bat's done. We gotta stuff him. And we gotta fill him. So chat, let me see if I could go grab all of this. Should have charged! Honestly, I did have a person while I was dressed up as Kairi from Kingdom Hearts who requested if they could take a picture shooting me. It was all on picture and it was with a fake gun, Twitch. Don't get mad at me. And donate it all. Yeah, we could have donated it back to the charity. It was a charity for cancer research too, so. So I mean, like, we've kind of known for years that people would do weird stuff, and I said yes. It would get deleted. Oh, it would. Alright, chat, let me go grab all of this. Let me see if I could sneak out of here and not cause a problem. Hold on, chat. I think I could do this in 20 minutes. Probably not sew it together, but we can at least stuff it. Hold on, chat. Alright, chat, let's put in these pellets really quick, because then I can put this away immediately. So while you guys might not be able to see it, I'll give you guys some ASMR. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I don't know if you could actually hear that, but there you go. So chat, we put in these pellets first. As you can see, I do have a funnel because it's a little easier. We're gonna very carefully bounce this in until it fills up about halfway. Unfortunately, I think there's too much. So let me very carefully put this back in. And there we go. We got a half-filled bat. There's not enough space. And I don't want to keep sitting down. So hold on. So there you go, chat. You guys could go clip your ASMR. Ow. Ow! I hit my knee. Against the chair. God, I hate this chair. I hate this chair so much, chat. One day we'll be rid of this chair. Today is not that day. So chat, now he is actually filled up to here with pellets. And this is actually going to give him a little bit of weight. So I'm going to grab all of this. I think I grabbed too much. All right. Little laptop, can you hold this? Because I'm not using you anyway. I just dropped a little bit of stuffing. That's okay. So chat, we're going to very carefully fill the rest of this body with all of this stuffing. Come on. It's going to take a little bit, and it's going to fill with a lot more stuffing than you think it would. I think I grabbed too much. I'm so used to making the big ones now. Oh. Alright, a little bit more, because I could still fit my finger in here. We don't want that, but there we go. Chat, we got a little bit of a butt. So all the pellets are here. They're only up to about here. The rest of this is going to be all stuffing. So what I'll probably do off stream is actually sew him together. Because I do actually want to have lunch, because I'm starving. I did not have breakfast, because I was behind. Alright, last little bit, I think. No, I could fit more. Hold on. Come on. Come on. There we go, chat. Look at that! Alright, now let's go ahead and stuff the head. So I want to try and make sure that I get a lot over here in the nose. So very quickly, I'm actually going to take my hemostats. I'm going to wrap this around. And I'm going to make sure to shove this up in the front. Because sometimes when you're stuffing... Oh, there's a little hole that I keep poking through. Is it bad? Oh, no, it should be fine. No stuffing is coming out. Sometimes the stuffing will actually not protrude in the correct spots, so sometimes you want to make sure that you get those spots first. Oh, I think I just popped a seam. I felt it, but I don't know where. This is why we double our seams a little bit. I think this might be enough. Let's see. Just so I don't pop anymore, let's see if I could shove this in. It's going to take a little bit longer, but that's okay. So let's do the same. Let's shove this up here. Because we can get the back of the head ourselves. So I'm going to take this, and I'm going to push all the way up. And remember how we snapped the back of the eyes off? That's actually going to make it where these are going to look better. Because otherwise, they're actually going to pivot like that. And it's actually going to create a little bit of a divot in the head, and we don't want that. We want this to be able to lay as flat as possible. Hi, Kaiser. Welcome to Bat. We're almost done, so this is actually a perfect time. You missed all of the annoying part, and you get to see the end bit. Alright, let's see. We're going to wrap this around again. We're going to keep shoving this up the back of the head. Oh, last little bit. Let's see. I think I should be able to fit all of this. Oh. I think I could actually fit more. Let's see. Alright, the back of the head feels nice. Let me fill a little more. I grabbed way too much stuffing. I'm gonna have to put this away. Or I just leave this out for tomorrow for the next one. Where the Y becomes a stuffy? You mean the butt? We did the butt. And then I gotta pop this out. Or do you mean something else that I'm missing? Chat? Chatty's not together yet. So I'm gonna do this. Hold on, chat. So I'm not gonna put him together yet, but chat, we're done. We did the whole thing. Chatty's done. Chatty did it. He became a bat. Here, I'll put him this way. What do we think, chat? So we got blueberries. I might pitch up the ears, depending. We got these little gold eyes. He's a little bit of a mess. But he's all done. Chat, we did it! He needs an antenna. No, that's what his ears are gonna be. I think I'm gonna pitch them up. It was a bad joke that I made. Oh, okay. So here's the butt. Here's the little feet. He's a very tall, lanky little guy. His back is a little funky, as you could see. I kind of missed a little bit. But, no kid is gonna complain. No kid's gonna complain. Chatty's done! This is a very stiff fabric, so he's actually gonna sit a little bit taller. Hi, cat! What good timing! Do you wanna come up here? Come here. You wanna come say hi to chat? Here, come here, buddy. Come here! We can end it with you saying hi. Ugh. Here you go, cat. Here, come up here. Here, you could say hi. You could say hi. Say hi, buddy! Chat, there is indeed a cat. Say hi, cat. Say hi, buddy. Hi, cat. Good morning. Did you have a nice nap? Did you have a very nice nap? So chat, we made the whole bat, and you guys got to see the cat. There you go. What a blessed day. Hi, cat. Oh, do you need scritches? Oh, you're so warm. Oh, Chatty's so warm. He's so incredibly warm. He's been sitting out in the sunbeam this entire time. Oh, now I've got you covered. I'm so sorry. Chat, he's getting covered in blue. I'm so sorry, buddy. Hi! You're so happy. Don't show off your collar. Because I think it has your rabies vaccine information on it. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, you're so cute. Hello. We missed you. You could have been here this entire time, but you came right at the end. You're such a good cat. He could have been in the way. Hi, cat. So, chat, we did it. Not only do we have bat, but we have cat. So, chat, we did it. Welcome to Bat Week. If you didn't see, we're going to make some more this week. So if you missed anything, we're going to come back tomorrow and do it again. I do also have another bat pattern that we're going to do because I owe somebody a present who recently had a birthday. So we will do that together. I won't put any of the defining things. But we'll do that. Where are you going, bud? Where are you going? All right, bye, buddy. Goodbye, cat. There he goes, chat. He's walking off. So, chat, we did it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate it. This was a ton of fun. chat, we did get raided by Simon and Cap'n. So when they were here, you should have can Cat have a bat costume? He doesn't like clothes. That's what the Christmas cat emote is from, was we put him in a Christmas outfit and he hated it. He hates it and he will destroy it. So yes, that would be fun, but he hates clothing, so we won't do that to him. But chat, we'll come back. We'll do some more bats. Thank you everybody that stopped by. Thank you everybody that hung out. I know this is not my usual type of content for you guys, but this week I thought it would be a little fun and it'll give my hands kind of a rest from some of the games that we've been playing. So chat, we did it. We did it. We made a whole bat. So off stream, I'm going to finish sewing the pieces together. But I'm going to go and have some lunch. So I will post him on our Discord. So if you guys are not already in there, feel free to go and hop in. The chill sewing streams are fun, but a lot of people don't like them very much. But it gives us the opportunity to kind of sit around and talk about stuff. Here, I'm going to stab him. Hold on, buddy. You got to hold this. Otherwise, it's going to get lost again. So, we'll come back to it. Also, sorry, you still gotta hit me up and let me know what kind of bat you want. You still gotta hit me up. It's still on my list. I do owe some people some bats. So, chat, we'll come back tomorrow. We'll make some more. I'll see about what kind of bat we'll make tomorrow. Because I do have some other ones already cut out, so I don't know if we'll do another blueberry one, or maybe we'll do a stars and galaxy one, or maybe we'll do a chocolate covered strawberry one. I don't know yet, so we'll see. So thank you everybody. This was a ton of fun. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna leave you guys to sit here and stare at Chatbat. I don't know who we're gonna go and raid, so let me go and get up and go see who's live, and then I will send you guys on your way. So thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. And we'll have a fun rest of the Bat Week. So chat, let's go see who is about that I could send you all off to. Oh no, I'm stuck in the chair again. Oh no, I'm doubly stuck. You know what? I'm just gonna leave my headset here. Chat, I will be back, and I will send you guys, if you guys are not already, you guys need these messages. So go ahead and copy them. One is for if you're subbed, one is if you're not, and we'll go and hop over and see some people. So thank you, chat. I will see you guys tomorrow at the normal time. Bye, everybody. Bye. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm really stuck. Oh no. Cat, you're not helping. Oh no.